What's up, guys and gals? Ugh. Fuck. Alright, what's up? Ugh. Hello, Jeff, Kat, Michelle, Ashley, Christian. Yeah, I'm glad it's Friday too. Well, kind of. I'm gonna have a busy weekend. My mom's coming into town today. My dad's coming into town on Sunday. And my sister gets back from her deployment this weekend. So, I got a lot of shit to do. Not really, I have to spend time with my parents because, well, I love them. And I don't see them often. Oh no, what's good, man? Oh, fuck. I feel like Noah's Ark here in Maine. I've had deer and wild rabbit and wild turkey. Oh, and a bobcat. Jesus. You're just eating everything, huh? That's dope, though. I've had rabbit before. I think I've had wild turkey and I've had deer. I don't think I've ever had bobcat, though. I don't think I've ever eaten that. Oh, is it out? Did you watch it? Is it good? Sinners? You watched it in theaters with your mom? That's awesome. I really want to watch that movie. I'm down to watch. That's one of the few movies that I've seen a trailer for in the past. Oh, that, and I'm interested in How to Train Your Dragon. Hopefully they don't fuck that up. But, yeah, that's one of the few movies that I've seen trailers for that I'm very interested to see. No, not eating. They were in my yard. Oh! I thought you were like shooting these fucking things and just having some dinner. Is what I thought. Oh, they're just roaming around. Nice. All right, well let's get started. So, if y'all didn't watch the last couple videos I uploaded, y'all know that we watched that video on the nightclub raid in Colorado, where DEA detained active duty troops from Fort Carson. Right? So there's been an update to that story. I just haven't. Let me find it. Get to where we gotta go. And I gotta put my glasses on. Holy ass. Oh my god. Can't stand. Alright, hold on, give me a second and then we'll get to what we have to get to. I kind of took a break from watching stuff. I've kind of just like been playing video games. I got back into BRs. There's this one battle royale I've been playing that I've been having a lot of fun with. But if y'all were wondering where the Monster Hunter streams are and where the Marvel Rivals streams are, I'll bring them back. I've just been playing other shit at the moment. I didn't want to get too burned out on those games. I was going like hella hard on Monster Hunter. Like, I had to like slow that shit down. Fucking it. Oh my god. Life. Oh yeah, the accountant too? Fuck yeah, because Little Brother is gonna be in it more this time. And Little Brother is John Bernthal, and that's fantastic. And I can't wait to see the second one. Because you know what's funny? I just recently watched The Accountant for the first time a couple of weeks ago. I want to say like a month or two ago. And I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. Like, that's the closest version we'll get to a real life Batman. Because the actual Batman character, like, it's fire and everything, but it's so ludicrous of an idea it would never happen, right? But the accountant, on the other hand, that character, kind of just like fucking Batman if you think about it. He's just super smart. and a hella tactician, crazy strong, right? Super intelligent. Obviously, he's got a degree of autism going on. I believe that was his diagnosis of some kind. But, anyways, yeah, I really like the movie. I'm definitely down to watch the second one. I've already seen the trailer. All right, go here. And okay, here it is. Here it is. I don't know about all the soldiers. It was multiple soldiers that were arrested in this raid at this nightclub in Colorado. But it says here that there was at the very least one, because it says soldier, not soldiers. This is singular, not plural. Soldier charged with cocaine distribution after Colorado club raid. That's a very confusing title. He was charged with distributing cocaine after the raid, or y'all did the raid and came to the conclusion that he was distributing cocaine? Because, like, what a ballsy bastard if y'all raid it and then he's still out there trying to fucking give bumps to people, right? I doubt it. Let's see. Christ. So, in the last video, I said that I had these guys. I had these guys back. I had their backs, right, in the last video. Pending further information that they were either doing stupid shit or behaving in stupid ways, and yeah, selling cocaine as a service member, that's not good, bro. Yeah. A soldier present at an after-hours nightclub where more than 100 immigrants suspected of being in the U.S. illegally were taken into custody last weekend has been charged with distributing cocaine. Oh, I would love to know your rank, but you know what? It doesn't matter. You make plenty of money to where you don't need to sell cocaine. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen of this great nation. Soldiers are not getting paid so poorly that they have to resort to selling cocaine. This is just an individual dumbass, all right? Soldiers make pretty decent money to where they don't have to do this. So, Staff Sergeant Juan Gabriel Orona Rodriguez, oh god, Jesus, all of you are getting fucking demoted, who was assigned to Fort Carson, an army post near the illegal club in Colorado Springs, was arrested Wednesday evening, the FBI said in a statement. Rodriguez had been charged with conspiracy to distribute cocaine and distribution and possession with intent to distribute cocaine, according to an arrest is it affidavit or affidavit? I think that's a typo. Isn't it affidavit with an R? Affidavit. Whatever. It said he allegedly sold cocaine to an undercover agent, dumbass, of the Drug Enforcement Administration days before the raid. So you sold drugs to a DEA agent days before they raided this nightclub because you were probably selling cocaine out of this nightclub. And there's other soldiers there that are just trying to have a good time, and you're over there fucking slinging the powder. Damn, son. Holy ass. My word. I wouldn't even be afraid what the military's gonna do to you. You're Hispanic. I would be more worried what your mother's gonna do to you. Because my mom would have beat my ass. She caught my ass selling cocaine. Even if I was in the service, even if I was out of the house, even if I was a full-grown man, I wouldn't even be afraid of the military at that point. I'd be afraid of her. Really. Like, okay, give me the demotion. That's fine. But I'm not going home. I'm going to go on the lam. I don't want to see my parents. There's no way. I was raised in a Hispanic household. We're raised with fear and the chancleta. So, like, I know that like, man... Unless you don't have parents, That could be the case too, hence why you're doing dumb shit in the service. It wasn't immediately known if Rodriguez, a member of the 1st Stryker Brigade combat team in the 4th Infantry Division, had a lawyer ahead of an expected court appearance Thursday. Okay. The FBI said the arrest followed an investigation by the DEA, the Department of the Army Criminal Investigation Division, and officials at Fort Carson. Bro, how unlucky of you. Well, it's not really unlucky because you're a dumbass. You're selling drugs. But like, dude, I thought I had it bad. I thought I had it bad that there was a 4-star general that knew my name, first and last. That's not a good thing. But you, my friend, have the FBI, the DEA, the Department of Army Criminal Investigation Division, for short, JAG, and other officials at Fort Carson on your ass. Dummy. You're so out of the military, it's not even funny. More than 300 law enforcement officers and officials from multiple agencies participated in Sunday's operation at the nightclub, which had been under investigation for months for alleged activities, including drug trafficking. So, really, if this club was under investigation for months, I said this in the last video. Yo, what was the chain of command doing? You could have protected your soldiers by telling them, hey, don't go to this fucking club. Or maybe y'all did and they went anyways and whatever. That's on them, I guess. But did y'all even tell y'all soldiers to not go to this club? Did y'all have safety briefs? Did y'all tell them, like, hey, stay away from this fucking place? It's only gonna bring you problems. Like, did y'all do that? I hope y'all did, because, like, I don't know. Soldier with a good lawyer that says you didn't give him a proper safety brief can get out of any kinds of fucking trouble. That's why they give safety briefs. So, yeah, homie was making it snow in the club. That was wild. Oh, Jesus. Let's see. Cocaine was among the drugs found during the raid. Rodriguez was one of about 17. I told you that was the number. More or less. About 17 active duty U.S. Army service members who were at the club, known as Warike, when it was raided early Sunday. I don't know what the fuck Warike is or what it means. It appears to have held a leadership role in a business that provides armed security at nightclubs. Oh, okay, hold on. He appears to have held a leadership role in a business that provides armed security at nightclubs, including at Warike. According to the document, however, it did not say whether he was working security there at the time of the raid. It notes that he had been warned by his commanding officers this spring that he could not work for the security company. You're fooked. You're fooked. I knew that was going to happen. I said it in the last video. I was like, how is your chain of command not telling you, no, you're not working there? That's stupid. Because, bro, I'm from Columbus, Georgia. Fort Benning is like right there, man. So like, there's so many places that Fort Benning will not allow you to go within Columbus, man. St. Mary's Road, Veterans Drive, Victory Drive, right? Some places on Veterans. Casita Road. There's just like some places that the military, they just know. They know the area. They know the people. They know the environment. You ain't going there. So you didn't listen, and it's your ass. When they tell you something and you do it anyways, it's your ass. I don't feel bad for you. I was trying to like have y'all's back in the last video. I tried. I really tried. Benefit of the doubt, always. But nah, man. Rodriguez received more than a dozen Army awards during his almost 9 years in the service, and he threw it all away. Cocaine. How much money were you actually making off of the cocaine? Because if it wasn't at the very least 5 times more of what actually appears on your LES, then it wasn't even worth it. It's not. 9 years? You're a sergeant of some kind. Staff, probably. Let's see. Including Army Commendation Medal with a combat device, which is earned during a deployment where the soldier was performing meritoriously under the most arduous combat conditions. I was put up for one of those, but it was denied. Of the 17 soldiers who were at the venue at the time, 16 were patrons, and one was working there in a security role. A U.S. official said, on the condition of anonymity to provide details not yet made to the public. 16 of the soldiers there were assigned to Fort Carson. The official did not know where the 17th was assigned. The 17th was... He was from fucking Colombia, bro, slinging the powder. It was wild. With a name to fit. Orona Rodriguez. Jesus. Ours are hard. Investigators suspect that Rodriguez was getting cocaine from an unidentified Mexican citizen who is unlawfully present in the United States without admission. So you're getting cocaine from an illegal. Jesus. President Trump posted a link to the DEA video of the raid on his social media site, Truth Social. I forgot Truth Social still existed. A big raid... hold on. No, I don't really care what he wrote. Okay, that's it. Alright. 16 were just there, like I said, trying to see titties. And then one was there in a security capacity, working the club. I must have misread or not read accurately, but I'm guessing that he was working the club but also selling cocaine. All the other soldiers were detained because everyone was detained. It's a raid. Everyone gets detained. Damn. What a jackass. I don't think his punishment will be court-martial. I think it'll just be straight up I think it'll just be a straight up dishonorable discharge. Man, the military doesn't fuck with this. They don't. Man, the drugs and all that stuff. What do y'all think the punishment's gonna be? What do y'all think it should be? You're out, bro. I mean, that's it, really. Even if they gave him an honorable, it still sucks because he probably wasn't done with his service. Soldiers that get to 9 years, oftentimes they do 10. Soldiers that do 10, oftentimes they say, fuck it, let's just do 15. Soldiers that do 15, they're just like, fuck it, I'm almost to 20, let's retire. I didn't really see him at 9 years. I don't see you getting out, bro. You're almost there. You might as well get the retirement out of it, right? So even if he gets an honorable, his service is done, period. He's no longer in the service. He's no longer all these short of a Purple Heart, which Purple Heart is the only award they can't take away from you. All these medals are gone, I think. Army Commendation Medal, all these awards, those are gone. With a dishonorable discharge, all that shit's gone. I think the only award they can't take from you, regardless of discharge, is the Purple Heart. So he's just gonna get stripped, back down to E-nothing probably. He's a sergeant, so he'll fall under that. He'll get stripped of all rank probably, and a dishonorable discharge. That's it, I think. And then who knows? Maybe he faces civilian punishment as well. Make him do push-ups till his arms fall off? No, that's what I would make you do in lieu of demoting you. But when it comes to something like this, you can't let this go unpunished, and you can't give this a weak punishment. You can't, because then it'll embolden other fucking soldiers to do it. Like, oh, he was slinging cocaine, making an extra $6,000 a month, and all he got was, I don't know, docked pay? Bet. Worth it. That's how some people think. You can't allow people to think that way. You gotta hit a punishment. You gotta hit it hard. That's pretty much it. You gotta make an example. I didn't really think an example needed to be made. You're a soldier. You should know better. And like, good God, what career do you think you? Man, you know, I had a battle buddy. I had a battle buddy. One time, I was at Fort Stewart. I was just hanging around, me and the boys, I was hanging out with a couple of guys that weren't even in my platoon. I was in the maintenance bay and I was waiting on my truck to be fixed, and I was just hanging out with a whole bunch of maintenance dudes and other soldiers that weren't in my platoon. And two of the soldiers I knew very well that were in my company. These two black dudes. And one was talking, he's like, yeah, man, when I get home, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And then the other one looks at him and says, yo, you know what we should do? When we get back, we should just start slinging dope and take over all of Hinesville. And the other soldier looks at him and he's like, man, we're in the army. And he's like, yeah, so? He's like, we're in the army, motherfucker. What do you mean go back to Hinesville and take it over? What are you talking about? What are you trying to be, a drug lord? We're in the army, man. What do you mean? They have our fingerprints. They have our names. They have our social security numbers. They own our buttholes, bro. Like, what do you mean take over Hinesville? Like you Pablo Escobar. It was the funniest shit just to hear them like talk shit back to each other. Because one thought it was a good idea and the other one was like, no, bro, you're retarded. No. And I was dying. I was dying laughing. And so, bro, they're soldiers, man, that they will have these ideas and they will they'll do them, thinking that they can thinking that they're smarter than the system. You're not smarter than the system. And you might think you are, and you might get away with it for some time, but guess what? The system, just like the house in Vegas, it always wins. And especially when you're in the service. Like, but they know everything about you. You think they know everything about you as a civilian. You think they're watching you as a civilian? Oh my god, they know everything about you as a soldier. I know they know everything. That movie, not that movie, that TV show, with Chris Pratt, Terminal List. Some people are probably thinking, how did the military even know who his family was, or who his kids were, or where he lived, and blah, blah, blah. They know everything about you, bro. They know everything about your spouse or child, what you eat, where you go, what you buy. They know everything about you. So, like, to put yourself in this space of drug dealing and you know what? It's not even the drug dealing. I've been to clubs where there was drugs around and I didn't partake. It's the whole illegal immigrant shit. I don't want to be anywhere where I'm possibly going to be detained, especially if I'm not doing anything wrong. So all 17 of these soldiers are kind of fucking stupid, and the chain of command kind of dropped the ball by letting these soldiers even go to this place. But again, I understand that there is only so much that you can do as a sergeant and as a commanding officer and as a sergeant major to control the E4 Mafia. Sometimes you just can't do it. Sometimes you try, right? Like a parent trying to discipline your little badass kid. You try and you try and you try, and sometimes it just doesn't work. Sometimes shit will happen. And this was just one of those shits, and you should. Everyone should learn from this man's mistake. And you know what? It's funny. That might be him, actually, now that we're thinking about it. He looks Hispanic. That could be, what's his name? That could be Gabriel right there. Gabriel Rodriguez. You fucked yourself, man. For what? For what? I'm done with that motherfucker. What more did you really need? Really? I don't know. What more did you really need? I mean, because 9 years in the service, I guarantee you're at the very least at E6, bro. There's no way you're not. I mean, back in the day, my dad made sergeant in 2 years, which is mind-boggling to me. I didn't even make sergeant. So, like, it's mind-boggling to me. He did 15 years in the service, made sergeant in 2 years, and then spent the rest of his time as an E6, which is crazy. He did 15 years, man. 15 years. Made sergeant in 2, and spent the next remainder of his career as an E6. E5 in 2 years, spent 10 plus years as an E6, and he also did recruiting. Looking back on it, I don't know how he did that and stayed sane, but he recruited prior to 9/11, so probably wasn't that strenuous. But actually, it was probably harder because it was probably more difficult to get people in the service prior to 9/11. 9/11, there wasn't that much at the time, anyway. But you're E6, E7, you make pretty good money, man. I know that what was his name? Sergeant First Class Hightower, hell of an NCO. I love that guy. He drove around in a Hummer, man, a really nice one, and I was like, God damn, Sergeant, you can afford that as an E7? He's like, yeah, a little bit, man. Kind of. And I was like, that's dope. But like, I mean, I know you're making enough. You can definitely afford a couple of PlayStation 5s on the salary that you were making. I don't know why you need to sell cocaine. Man. You could have sold lemonade. Really. Or you could have just like, you could have got like a whole bunch of cookies and shit at like a low price, like cheap ass cookies, like in bulk. And it's Colorado. I'm pretty sure there's like venues there all the time for like concerts, and there's probably like universities there that you could have gone and like sold your cookies at like a concert where all the fucking high teenagers and college kids are coming out of, and just sold cookies. But now you selling cocaine. Can't do that, man. Like, oh, dude, that never would have occurred to me. You know,
Auto insurance all seems the same until it's time to use it. With USAA, it's easy to file claims, schedule repairs, and access roadside assistance right through your app. Or you could take your chances somewhere.
I think music copyright. What are you talking about? He should get civilian and military punishment as well. It depends. He's gonna get military punishment first, and after his military punishment, if civilian law enforcement wants to pursue anything, they will. However, I don't think they will. A dishonorable discharge is more than enough. Believe me, dude. You get a dishonorable discharge in the military, you're effectively you have to start your whole life over. I don't know if you know that. It's almost like getting a felony. Man, like you get a felony, you have to start over. Dude. That's it. From the ground all the way back up in a completely different career, in a completely different path, in a completely different, and you have to start over. That's the worst punishment of all, man. Really. At least in jail you got like some sort of like structure and a plan, and everything's like put forth in front of you, and your life is on a schedule. Having your career just like ripped out from underneath your feet when that's all you had and that's all you knew and that's all you were good at, believe me, that punishment sucks. I know. So oh, hold on. Thank you for telling me. Did that just happen? Fuck. Can y'all hear me? Are we good? That didn't like fuck up the stream, did it? I didn't mean for that to happen. Ugh. Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't want that to play. It's just that what I was playing, watch this right here, what I was playing, it ended. Oh, y'all probably heard stupid shit too. My bad. Thank you for telling me so soon, Davis. I hate that. Okay, I'm gonna start this from the beginning. I'm so sorry. Usually, see, that's why this is 3 hours, but like over the course of like me streaming and shit like that, I just let it play, right? And then it'll end and go to the next thing. My bad, dude. I'm so glad that didn't get the stream cut. I would have been so pissed off. Okay. There's another story in here that I saw that caught my eye, and I just have to, we have to click on this one because this one is just, well, wow. And by the way, when I read these stories, do y'all want me, do y'all want it like this, right? Or do y'all want it, like this? To where y'all can see what I'm reading. Do y'all want it like this? Or do y'all want it back the other way? Big me or little me? Let me know. Because I don't mind either way. But this is the one that I was, this is the one that caught my eye right here. This, I just... Army pilot claims he distributed LSD for religious reasons. Now, before I scroll down and read the story, usually I give thoughts on the title. Were you distributing LSD? Surely this was something that wasn't sanctioned by the US Army or by our government or by anything of the sort. I refuse to believe that's the case. I refuse to believe that Uncle Sam had us distributing LSD for religious reasons, right? Which means the only other way you did this is if you stole a helicopter and started distributing LSD for your own religious reasons. Either way, the two things are happening here. Our government's weird, or you just committed a major criminal offense, and just like the last guy we just read, you're going to jail. An Army Black Hawk pilot who was indicted. Yep, there it is. I was like, I know our government's not that fucking weird. You just committed a crime. Okay. Holy shit. Doesn't matter, I still can't read either way. Can you not read it because it's too small for you, or because you're blind, or because you just can't read? Michelle, thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate it. I love you for it. Okay, let's read this. Jesus, soldiers are wildin', man. Like, Jesus. An Army Black Hawk pilot who was indicted by a grand jury for allegedly distributing LSD argued in court he has the religious right to consume the psychedelic drug as a sacrament and sell it on the dark web. Bro, I think you there's no way. What's that? What's the bald? I can't remember his name. He's the crazy guy. With the beard. The ones always talking about the frogs are turning gay. What's his name? I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. Is it just Jeff, or can y'all not read this either? Because if y'all can't read it, then fuck it. I'll just go back to the other one. Yeah, dude. This guy's been hanging out with Alex Jones too much. Just a little bit. What the fuck are you talking about? Dog. What happened? What? Federal prosecutors accused First Lieutenant Kyle Norton Reister of conspiring with others to distribute 10 grams or more of LSD, according to an indictment filed April 24th by the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Virginia. What happened to you, Kyle? What happened to you? Look at your bright future, your bright career, an Army Black Hawk pilot. Those helicopters are cool as fuck, and like one of the coolest, most badass war movies was about your helicopter. Black Hawk Down, man! And like, you have such a cool job, and you could have taken this. Sky's the limit for people like you, man. Sometime in the future, you could have been flying Marine One for the president. You don't know, but people like you end up places like that, right? These pilots. So like, what happened to you, Kyle? What happened to you? Did you get a weird girlfriend and just like what happened to Colin Kaepernick, she turned you into something weird and now you're doing weird stuff? Like, that's in their own lawsuit. Reister's attorney acknowledged he distributed LSD online, but countered that he did so in a sacramental form and only to other individuals who used it for religious reasons. That doesn't matter. Reister and his attorneys are attempting to fight his prosecution on religious freedom grounds. I don't think you're gonna win that, bro. You can't use religion to distribute illicit drugs, man. You can use your religion for a lot of things, but I'm sorry, that's not gonna happen. Like, it's just not. Not even, you can't even get away with that with marijuana, man. That's it. You can't even do that. So like, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think he's gonna be. They sued unsuccessfully to receive an emergency injunction that aimed to block the government from indicting him. In the lawsuit, Reister's attorney said he has a sincerely held belief that LSD is a sacrament, which allows him to commune with God, and is necessary for his continued spiritual growth and development. Let the man have his LSD, but put him on probation for like the next 5 years, and if he just so happens to even sell a sliver of it to anyone, even if it's to an imaginary person, lock him up. That's it. I guess, man. You can't be in the service no more, that's for fucking sure. He also believes Bitcoin to be sacred. You know what? Never mind. Forget what I just said. You need to throw this guy in the loony house. A little bit. I was willing to budge on LSD being your religion, but you lost me at Bitcoin. Are you fucking high? Yeah, as fuck. There's no way, man. Because it allows him to distribute allegedly sacramental LSD to others who share his beliefs. I feel like you're just using religious beliefs to traffic LSD. I think. And I don't think it's gonna work, man. The case turns a spotlight on the entheogenic movement. Oh god. We have a new movement. Jesus. The adherents of which use psychoactive substances like hallucinogenic mushrooms, ayahuasca, or other psychedelics as part of religious rituals or to achieve a meditative or spiritual state. I mean, isn't this what, like, Native Americans did stuff like this, right? Way back when they first came on this land. And that's part of, like, their culture, I believe, to a degree. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. But, like, I mean, I guess if they can do it, man, I mean, I suppose in the age of being able to identify with whatever the fuck you want, man, I guess this guy identifies as LSD being his religion. Are we gonna let him have it, or are we gonna say, fuck no, you're weird, you're gonna go to jail for a little while, and you need psychiatric evaluation? But just as long as he's not behind the helm of a Black Hawk, then I'm good, bro. I could give a fuck either way. I have my own vices. It's not LSD, it's just weed. But, like, I mean, you know? The federal government classified LSD as a Schedule 1 drug, meaning the substance is not recognized as serving an accepted medical use and is labeled as having a high potential for abuse. Oh shit. The government has in recent years conducted studies on the potential therapeutic uses of drugs such as MDMA. Right. But only for such soldiers that would require such a treatment or such a drug. Meaning, like, either mild to severe PTSD that has involuntary episodes. Right? But for a guy that just wants to get closer to God, man, you gotta love each other with LSD, bruh. Like, I don't think so. You know, so LSD is barred in the military. Its use was once rare enough among troops that in 2006, the Pentagon's former top counter-narcotics officer cut testing for it from the Defense Department's standard drug testing panel. So for a time there, the usage of LSD was so rare among soldiers that the military said, you know what? We're not going to test for this because testing for this stuff costs money, by the way. It's not free. Drug testing costs money, right? And the more complicated the test, the more money it costs. The more complicated the drug, the more money it costs. The difficulty of finding it, the more money it costs, right? So for instance, testing for marijuana is a lot cheaper and easier than testing for something like acid, right? In the military. I don't know very many soldiers that partake in acid. In a memo announcing the change at the time, former defense official Richard Douglas said that over a 3-year period, only 4 drug tests out of more than 2 million had tested positive for LSD. Yeah, dude, when I was in the service, I wanted no part of LSD. Nothing, man. It wouldn't have mixed well with the drugs that I was already taking, if I'm being completely honest. And I don't know, bro. I was just interested in other drugs, and I was getting a whole bunch of prescription medication pills for free at the time. I didn't need LSD. I was getting oxycodone, oxycontin, tramadol, muscle relaxers, all at arm's reach. It was right there, and I was getting it for free. And massive consumptions of alcohol and shit like that. LSD was the last thing on my mind. Now, cocaine, that I really wanted to try when I was in the service. LSD was just not one of those things. I feel like you'll find more ecstasy in the system of soldiers than you would LSD. That's just not really my thing. It wasn't my friend's thing at all. And judging by this article, it's not really the thing of most soldiers, man. It's not. But over the past decade, a series of embarrassing incidents involving LSD prompted the Pentagon to pay more attention to service members' illicit use of the drug, especially if they're behind the cockpit of a Black Hawk. You imagine the ramifications, the downright shit show that would happen if a fucking pilot high on LSD crashed on American soil and killed innocent people with his aircraft. Lord have mercy. And to be honest, pilots should get tested for everything. I know that they said that in 2006, LSD was so rare that they didn't test for it, and it makes sense, right? Why spend money on something that you don't need to spend money on? I get it. And especially if not a lot of soldiers are doing it, whatever. Only test for the stuff that truly matters. But when it comes to pilots, I feel like this should be an all-encompassing test to where they test for every single little thing. Because if I fuck up an MRAP on the range, I just fucked up an MRAP on the range. No one cares, no one knows, no one probably even got hurt, maybe whoever was in the vehicle. But like if I get the bitch stuck, or I roll it, or something like that, you see incidents happen on a military installation all the time. Right? And that's cool because it's contained to the military installation. But these pilots, bro, they go everywhere across the country. So for them to... Nah, man. That's wild. So in 2016, security forces airmen at F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming, whose jobs entitled guarding nuclear missile bases, were busted for buying, distributing, and using LSD and other drugs. Wow. Guarding nuclear missiles. 6 airmen were ultimately court-martialed, and another 8 were disciplined in other ways. Those other ways is probably, that's essentially what happened to like my group. A couple of us, 2 of us got court-martialed, and the other ones got disciplined in other ways. And those other ways were demotion, dock of pay, extra duty, and you are going to be someone's bitch for like the next 6 months to a year, probably. 4 years later, following the revelation of a drug problem among some Marines, the Defense Department authorized commanders to once again test troops for LSD. Religious sacrament or dangerous drug? I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't know too much about LSD except for the fact that I've never really wanted to try it. And to be completely honest, I don't even know the effects of LSD. I don't even know how far the effects of LSD go. I don't even know what it makes you feel like. All I know is that I've never wanted to try it because every single time someone brought up LSD, it was either my parents or a teacher, right? And every time they brought it up, they always brought it up in conversation with drugs like PCP, and meth and heroin. They always mentioned LSD with those other drugs. So in my head, I was like, that drug is just as bad as those other drugs, and I would never touch those drugs. So naturally, I'm not gonna touch this drug. And anything with like a name, PCP, LSD, HIV, I don't want any part of it. If it has those types of like three letter names like that, I don't want it. If it has an abbreviation, I don't want it. That's just like, no. And if you have to ingest it with a needle, I doubly don't fucking want it. You know what I mean? Because, ew. So, Reister alleged in his lawsuit that the federal government violated his rights under the Religious Freedom Restoration Act by raiding his home last August, issuing him a reprimand, ordering him to cooperate with federal law enforcement, and attempting to prosecute him for alleged conspiracy to distribute LSD. No. When you're in the military, you don't have rights to violate. How can you violate his rights when you don't even have rights to violate in the first place? You don't have rights as a soldier. You don't have freedom. You don't even own your body. Try to grow a beard, I dare you. Do it. Female soldiers, go to work with a shit ton of makeup on. I dare you. And earrings and your nails all crazy. Do it, I dare you. You have no say. You go where they tell you to go. You eat where they tell you to eat. You breathe how they tell you to breathe. You sit when they tell you to sit. And you shoot when they tell you to shoot. That's it, bro. You're not a person, man. And I be trying to tell people that. People in the military think they have free will. Again, I thought the same thing when I was in the service, and it took me a long time, man. And it took me a long time of being in the service, and it took me a long time of being out of the service to realize that, retrospect and thinking back and, hindsight is always 2020. Bro, you're not a person. You don't even have a face, man. You're just a piece of meat with cloth around it. That's it. That's how you're seen. You don't have rights. You don't have freedoms. You don't have the freedom of speech. You don't have the freedom of expression. You don't have the fucking nothing. And the only people that would get a religious exemption is people that wear some kind of headwear. So your Muslims, your Indians, stuff like that. Maybe they can get a religious exemption for their headwear and stuff like that. And most people, they'd be like, whatever, right? But for this, probably not, man. You can't have this religion. You can't have this exemption. And guess what? If they do give you this exemption, you will never pilot a helicopter. So what is even the point? What is even the point? You're gonna have to get out of the service, dog. You can't be here. And if they do give it to you as a religious exemption, congrats. It's a religious exemption, but you can't fly planes. You could stay in the service, I guess, but you can't fly planes. It's like, that don't make no sense. The suit was filed April 3rd against multiple Defense Department and federal government officials. A district court judge in Alexandria, Virginia rejected those arguments, as I figured, April 23rd, clearing the way for federal prosecutors to indict him. The Washington Post, which first reported the case, said prosecutors alleged in the April 23 hearing that Reister sent almost 1,800 shipments of LSD to purchasers online and collected almost $122,000 from sales. Funny thing about God, he did not deal in money. That's like the whole thing. If you were all about God and this was religion, what do you need $122,000 for? That's it. If you want to get closer to God, you want to get... Bro, you're so full of shit, man. You know what you should do? Instead of selling LSD to religious weirdos, you should just become a megachurch preacher. You're the perfect person for it. You're full of shit, and all you do is spew bullshit. You should be a preacher. You should be one of those dudes with the fucking 20,000 square foot building with hundreds of dummies going in there to listen to you lie to them. You'd be the perfect person for this. Because you want to get closer to God, yet you still raking in fucking bang. Look at this. 122 grand, bro. Just like those mega preachers. They don't give a fuck about the religion. It's money, money, money. Money. You know? So, you're full of shit, dog. Nah. The judge at hearing denied his request for injunction to prevent his prosecution, the Washington Post reported, and said that even in his spiritual beliefs on the consumption of LSD were genuine, it's far from clear that sincere religious belief would extend to the indiscriminate selling of LSD on the dark web. Exactly. Even if we were to agree that you can do this spiritually, right? And this is part of your religion, it still doesn't allow you to sell it and to profit from it. Because no one is allowed to profit from shit until Uncle Sam does it first. How do you not know this? If anyone's gonna profit from LSD, it's gonna be the government. My dudes, it's not gonna be you, it's not gonna be him, and it's not gonna be me. No one's gonna profit from LSD except for the government. I do not know this. Army spokesman Christopher Surridge said Reister had been reassigned to administrative duties pending his discharge and does not have access to classified material. He said the Army could not provide further information due to Privacy Act constraints. Reister's attorney said he never piloted helicopters while under the influence of LSD. I find that super hard to believe. Super hard to believe. Just like I don't believe the drunk driver that says, "Officer, this is my first time. I've never done this before. This is not like me." Oh, believe me, it's like you, and you've done it so much, it's downright disgusting, probably. They argued the government's actions are causing ongoing irreparable harm to his religious exercise, conscience, and reputation. Bro, you're selling an illicit drug, you fucked your reputation on your own. Everything that comes after this is 100% entirely on you. By forcing him to stop his religious practices and potentially ending his military career with a dishonorable discharge. This guy's out of his mind. This guy's out of his mind. Vince, what's going on, man? Kevin, what's good? This guy's out of his mind. You want to remain a first lieutenant in the United States Army as a Black Hawk pilot whilst retaining a religious exemption that allows you to do LSD for spiritual purposes? Bro, my answer is not only no, but it's a hard fuck no with a capital F. There's no way. Because if we do it for you, we gotta do it for him. And if we do it for him, we gotta do it for her. And if we do it for her, we gotta do it for them. And if we do it for them, we gotta do it for everybody. And now the whole army is on LSD. Bro, no. It's a stupid precedent to set. It's a slippery slope. And you're out of your fucking mind. How they haven't put you in a straitjacket already is beyond me. Reister had asked the court to declare a permanent injunction on the government. You're out of your fucking mind. And then you have the balls to be like, oh, and by the way, I want to put forth this paperwork that makes it to where the government can never prosecute me and I can never be removed from service. You can't have your cake and eat it too, dog. That's insane. You're so unreasonable. It's crazy, and the military is going to give you a big fuck no. It's gonna be hilarious. I already know the outcome to this, but like the gall behind this man, the audacity, the just like the nerve. What? Oh man. Okay. Reister had asked the court to declare a permanent injunction on the government, preventing it from arresting, prosecuting, or threatening him or his wife from acquiring and possessing LSD and distributing it. Man, I knew it, and I said it earlier. His wife. I've seen so many stories of good men turn to doing dumb shit because their significant other talk them into it, or vice versa. I've seen good women turn to a life of crime and degeneracy because a fucking stupid ass man is convincing them to do dumb ass shit. I've seen it so many times. I've even seen videos on it. Man, the one ex-Navy SEAL, or was it Special Forces? I think he was ex-Navy SEAL. I think he got kicked out of the Navy SEALs because of what was going on up here. And then he goes on to get with this girl, and him and this girl are living life in the fast lane, and they end up murdering 2 people. Like, and the girl was 100% the fucking reason that, like, she fed into him and he fed into her, and it was just a whole thing, man. The amount of times this... Let's keep reading. I don't trust this lady. But then again, like, you married her, so, like, I mean, Jesus. What a couple. Good lord. Your wife is also in on the... it's the wife, man. Prosecuting or threatening him or his wife for acquiring and possessing LSD and distributing it to those who share his faith for ceremonial purposes. His wife is also a Black Hawk pilot. Oh, but had no knowledge of Reister's LSD-related activities, his lawyers wrote in the lawsuit. I don't know. I don't know if I believe you. Or maybe you are telling the truth. He's a Black Hawk pilot. You're a Black Hawk pilot. He's very busy. You're very busy. I know how busy you pilots are. So, maybe you are telling the truth. Maybe, because when y'all are both pilots, man, you're doing stuff, he's doing stuff. One of you is always in the sky. One of you is getting flight hours. One of you is training. One of you is doing something. So the amount of times y'all probably see each other is probably less than your average couple that aren't pilots and don't work these high demanding jobs, right? So maybe you didn't know, but at the same time, I feel like if my partner was engaging and going down this like new route of enlightenment with drugs and a new spiritual faith, I'm sure he speaks different, right, with this new stuff, or doesn't he not even tell you about it? I don't know, man. I don't know. Reister also wanted the court to order the government to allow him to use and dispense LSD to those who share his faith. You really are out of your mind. After the judge denied those requests, Reister's attorney, George Lake, told Military Times that Reister plans to appeal the judge's decision to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. I can already give you the answer, my friend. No! The lawsuit said that Reister, who grew up in a non-religious household in Vermont, first took LSD in 2017 while attending Indiana University's Kelley School of Business under an Army ROTC scholarship. Nothing bad there. Colleges for experimentation, right? Both spiritually, educationally, sexually, right? The whole nine. Nothing wrong with that. Most people that have gone to college, they've tried a drug or two. And hell, dude, college in the 70s, LSD was probably everywhere. So I understand that. College experience, whatever. No harm, no foul. Now this, however, the sacramental experience was deeply religious and mystical in nature, the lawsuit said, allowing him direct communion with his creator. Yeah, well, what if I decided that direct communion with my creator involved me setting another human being on fire and watching them burn alive? Do you really think the military is going to let me get away with that? And what about the people that lie to you and say, because they can't find LSD anywhere, right? What about the people that lie to you and say, oh yeah, that's my religion, and you sell it to them, but it's not their religion, and then they try this drug for the first time and they die? You don't worry about that? You don't worry about that? I don't worry about sharing my weed with people because I know for a fact weed can't kill you. You might feel like you're dying, but you're just gonna pass out and wake up hungry. But all this other stuff like heroin, PCP, LSD, fentanyl, all this stuff, man, like, you give that to somebody. You don't feel bad? What if that ruins their life? What if they die? Like, you're sending people on a path of awfulness. I don't think you should be able to do that. But then again, we have Big Pharma already doing that. Getting people addicted to goddamn Oxycontin every time someone breaks a limb and then can't break the pills once their limb is healed. But that's the conversation for another time. You're not a doctor, okay? You don't wear a lab coat, you can't do it. That's just it, man. You just can't. Only the people with lab coats can distribute drugs like this willy-nilly, okay? And you don't have a lab coat, nor do you have 8 years of medical experience. So you ain't doing it, man. He continued to sacramentally consume LSD, the suit said. Okay. Those experiences ranging from between 8 to 12 hours helped him reach religious and mystical states and allowed him to consult divine forces and entities which guide and instruct him on how to live in accordance with his higher spiritual self and higher spiritual path. Jesus Christ. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I know that I've gotten really high before and had like an existential crisis. Like, am I real? Is she real? Like, sometimes I've gotten so high that I felt like that lady on the plane. That motherfucker back there is not real. I've gotten so high that, like, I've done that, but like but once I was no longer high, I was just like, it's just a fucking fire hydrant. Oh my god, I was so stoned. I'm so stupid. You know what I mean? But like 8 to 12 hours high, that sounds exhausting. An 8 to 12 hour experience, maybe once a year. 8 to 12 hours high? Bro, you know how pissed off I would be if I hit the blunt and I was high for 12 hours? That seems exhausting. That does not seem fun. No, bro, that seems terrible. That feels like work. 8 to 12 hours? I'm not even getting overtime. Not even time and a half. Just fucking... Nah. Man, nah. That's like... It should be illegal to be that high. And I'm so glad it is. Like... And on top of this, 8 to 12 hours out of your day you spend high. How long does it take you to come down from the effects of LSD? Because, like, when I'm at my most stoned for weed, it takes me about, like, 30 to 45 minutes to fully, like, to not feel like a potato anymore, right? So, like, and then after I come down completely, I'm kind of just in, like, don't give a fuck mode. I don't really have much motor skills. I don't really give a fuck to use my motor skills. I'm just, like, going through the motions. of just like, right? What are your side effects after that 8 to 12 hours of tripping? And after that 8 to 12 hours, you hop in a plane? Do you hop in an aircraft? Do you do it correctly? Right? I don't understand. Just like today, Lake said Reister regularly attends a non-denominational Christian church. Lake described Reister's religion as a syncretic blend of Christianity and entheogenic psychedelic use. Weren't there people back the old what was it, the old school Japanese or Chinese dudes in the opium dens that would just like, wasn't that kind of like a religious spiritual path for them? Like opium was used in that regard throughout history. I think by the Chinese or the Japanese, one of them, I think. Correct me. I feel like I'm close, but and I don't even know where you would even begin to get opium outside of a fucking hospital. That's crazy. I don't even know what opium looks like. I don't even know how you ingest it. It's wild. Now, I've had morphine before, and thank God that shit's illegal, because if it wasn't, I'd probably be dead already of an overdose. That shit is way too good. That shit is way too insane. That shit is way too awesome. Thank God that's illegal, because had my addictive personality having ass gotten a hold of fucking opium, bro, I would have died. No shit. I would have died. Through his adult life, he started this spiritual journey in college, going to ceremonies with mushrooms, ayahuasca, these things, Lake said. And then, just kind of naturally evolved for him into LSD. Alright? He found his preferred and best method for communion with his conception of God through LSD. I think those are just hallucinations, man, but I mean, agree to disagree. But it's like the people that see God in their cereal, or like they see the Virgin Mary in their SpaghettiOs. Like, this man's going through something, and he's just seeing what he wants to. I don't know. Maybe. I'm not gonna discount your beliefs. I'm not. All I'm saying is that you can't fly a Black Hawk. That's all I'm saying. You want to have those beliefs? Fine. But you can't sell it, and you can't fly a helicopter. As long as we're good on those two fronts, we're fine here. It's good. The courts are gonna deal with you accordingly. But just as long as you ain't selling it, and as long as you ain't flying, I feel fine. But during COVID-19 lockdowns, the suit said, it became difficult for Reister and others who share his belief to gather in person to practice their religion. The pandemic also caused stress and isolation, hence the selling it and the what seems like trafficking, but they couldn't go anywhere. So naturally, he became his own Amazon Prime of LSD, which the government doesn't like that. Now, if the government started taxing him on all the LSD that he sold, I'm pretty sure they would let him, because the government loves taxes. But yeah, not even here. Not even in this situation. Reister felt compelled, in accordance with the divine guidance and instruction he had received while communing with LSD, to assist others in sacramental access to their shared sacrament during this time. I swear to fucking God, if I have to read the word sacrament one more time in this article. Reister's lawsuit said he dispensed sacramental LSD. At this point, it doesn't even sound like a drug. It sounds like a sport team. It sounds like a sports team. Yo, you hear about that new basketball team? Sacramento LSDs. Yeah, crazy. Play the Lakers this Friday. He also published articles on Substack from May 2021 to June 2022 detailing his beliefs on LSD and Bitcoin, the suit said. I mean, if you think about it, guys, this could be worse. This could be worse. Salvia is legal, but actually, I don't even think it's legal. But if it is, it's not worth your money. That shit's trash. And that's gonna give you the world's biggest headache. That's it. You're gonna smoke that, your head's gonna feel like it's gonna explode, and you're gonna down a whole bottle of fucking Tylenol and never wake up because, like, it's awful. I hated that shit. I hated everything about it. I was like, you ain't gotta tell me to stop doing this shit. Gladly. Fuck it. Where's I at? In May 2024, as COVID-19 restrictions eased and access to sacrament-grade LSD expanded. What? What is sacrament grade? What does that mean? What does that mean? Because did you make the LSD with cut up pieces of the Bible? I don't know what that means. Sacrament grade? Military grade means shit, right? State of the art means amazing. Sacrament grade? I can't even trust it based off the name. No, dude. I feel like one of the fucking ghosts from The Conjuring is gonna come out whenever I smoke it and fucking eat my asshole. Like, nah. It sounds so bad. Sounds worse than fentanyl. It sounds scary. It sounds like something you would hear in the show Supernatural. Really. Dean's like, dealing with some fucking junky ass ghosts. They're on this fucking sacrament grade LSD. It's wild. But 3 months later, agents from the FBI, Army Criminal Investigation Department, U.S. Postal Service. Oh yeah, because they're male. I was like, what? That was such a wild cameo that they just made in here. Fucking Postal Service. And other organizations raided Reister's Springfield, Virginia apartment looking for LSD trafficking evidence, the lawsuit said. Reister's attorney said this search did not turn up LSD, but agents seized his passport and electronics and ordered him to submit to a urinalysis with CID. What, do you even really need to go through that urinalysis? It's clear as day this motherfucker's taking LSD. He told you. You know he is. Like, he said it. Yeah, I take it. I love taking it. I love taking it all the time. It's part of my religion. It helps me talk to God. Is the urinalysis, I mean, it's going to be standard for the investigation. You need to have it on file, but I really think that's just fucking... that's kind of a waste of time at this point. We know. Everyone knows. It's fucking... Reister is also under indictment in the Southern District of Texas on at least one charge related to fraudulent Bitcoin transfer. I'm sorry, but I don't think God would scam people with Bitcoin. So this whole thing is just, this whole religious shit is such a front. You're like using religion whilst committing crimes, man. Come on. And expecting the army to give you an exemption. Oh, man. This is the same... The army, bro. The same organization that you break your leg and they give you Tylenol. And you want a religious exemption for LSD. You must not know what government entity you're fucking with. But you're on LSD. I don't really think you're doing much thinking. So, Reister is now on bond in Texas, and his pretrial release conditions prohibit him from using controlled substances such as LSD, which substantially burdens plaintiff's sincere religious exercise. The suit also, but they can't give it to him, bro, because even in confinement, you can't let this be a precedent, because then all the other inmates, yo, I got that same religion he's got. You know, it just goes downhill. The suit also said that after August 2024 raid on his apartment, he has been unable to maintain his commitment to his religion and to the military, as his military service contract did not allow him to consume any controlled substances while on active duty. So basically, it's not that he has been unable. I feel like that's I don't know why they said it that way. He has been unable to maintain his commitments to his religion and to the military, as his military service contract did not allow him to consume any controlled substances while on active duty. So basically, he refuses to do anything until he gets his drugs. That's the translation for that. I'll bet you're not going to let me have my drugs? Cool. I'm not going to do anything for the service. That's it. Which, I'm not going to work. I'm not going to do shit. I'm not going to uphold nothing. Whatever it's in my contract, fuck that. Not doing shit till I get my drugs. Which, I can kind of understand that sentiment, if that's the sentiment that he's going through. Because, you know, whenever I was going through my court-martial, at one point, my commander, which did not have my back at all at the time, and threw me under the bus fucking completely, and refused to even say anything good about me. All because of that one goddamn Megamind joke, man. I swear. So sensitive. This motherfucker expected me to still salute him while I was going through my court-martial proceedings. And I was like, I'm sorry, sir, but you kind of have to behave like an officer for me to salute an officer. And seeing as how I don't deem you an officer, you're not worthy of a salute. You got me? Now I mean, chicken wing? Right? And I refused to salute him throughout the entire process of my court-martial. I was like, you're a piece of shit. I was like, you were completely fucking all of us to make yourself look good. And so, yeah, I refused to salute that guy. And I didn't. I didn't salute him the whole time. From the time my court-martial started, I didn't salute that man ever again. Ever again for the remainder of the time that I was in the service. And I refused. He saw me all the time. He's like, oh, we're still not saluting officers? I was like, oh no, Captain Wilson. I still salute officers. I'm just not saluting you. Go fuck yourself. So with this, I can kind of understand, right? Like, you're already in a world of shit. Might as well get your money's worth. Reister's commanding officer ordered him to cooperate with the federal government shortly after the August 2024 raid on his apartment, Lake said. At that point, he was coerced by law enforcement into gathering information on dark web dealers. Attempts to sell fake oxycodone pills made with fentanyl, Blake claimed. Well, yeah. If you want the government to take it easy on you as far as punishment, you are going to help the government. I mean, this is textbook government. So, you've been selling these drugs, I see. Okay, cool. Well, here's the deal, Jack. You're looking at so-and-so time, so-and-so demotion, so-and-so discharge, so-and-so this, right? We can cut this in half, we can remove this, we can nix that, and we can negotiate this. All you have to do is do something for us. I mean, this is textbook government right here. I don't even know, are you saying this because, like, are you saying the government is wrong for doing this? Bro, they will do this. They'll do this to us. They'll do this to the enemy. They don't give a shit. They'll play good cop, bad cop all day. Reister's dark web account had credits showing it was used to sell LSD, Lake said, which law enforcement may have felt gave him credibility as he attempted to gather information on fentanyl dealers. Lake said Reister did not participate in sting operations on those dealers, but pried for information on their manufacturing and distribution protocols and suppliers. This wasn't something natural with him. What, snitching? Yeah, snitching is not natural for any of us, but when it's your ass on the fucking line and you're staring down the barrel of a hella long sentence and no one's looking out for you and no one has your back and no one's standing up to speak on your behalf, yeah. So, this wasn't something natural with him, Lake said of Reister's attempts to contact fentanyl dealers. Well, on top of that, yeah, too, he might be good at selling it, but actually contacting people and sparking a conversation and leading a conversation to happen for an extended amount of time to pry information you wouldn't otherwise try to get from this person could prove quite difficult for someone that doesn't have training in that type of environment, with those types of parameters and specifications. So yeah, he probably didn't do all that good. Mr. Reister was actually part of a dark web forums that were full of spiritual seekers using psychedelic substances for religious, spiritual purposes, and trying to do so safely. That's the community he was a part of. All this other stuff was forced upon him. Well, you stuck out, bro. You stuck out, man. And if the military and if the government can use you, they will. And if you're in a bind, they'll exploit you. And if your back's up against the wall, they'll squeeze your arm. And if you're met with an impossible decision, they'll punch you until you make one. So, like, the Reister's lawyer is like saying a whole bunch of things and saying it in a way that's like trying to make the government look bad, but this is the way the government operates. It's how the government's always operated, and most of us know this, and most of us are okay with this, right? It's no different than the NSA or the FBI finding a little 16, 17-year-old kid that's hacking his ass off and fucking with people and bringing down FBI databases. And the FBI, instead of throwing this little fucker in jail, they're just like, hey, listen, we could throw you in jail until you're 50. Or you could work for us. You know? So they've done it time and time again, and that's what they're going to do here. If they can catch criminals with bait, they will. And if they can use you to catch more people that are doing wrong shit, they will. The lawyer's just trying to make it seem like the government is just, you know? Lake said Reister cooperated with law enforcement for several months in late 2024, but the operation yielded only perfunctory information. Wow, I have no idea what that means. If Reister is convicted of LSD distribution, which he's 100% guilty of it, he admitted it, it was proven, so yeah, he could be forced to forfeit property involved in the commission of the alleged crime, including cryptocurrency, a rifle, a shotgun, 2 pistols, magazines, and ammunition, among other penalties, according to the indictment. Do you see why we can't let you have LSD? Kyle. That's his name, right? Kyle. Do you see why we can't let you have LSD? What does this sound like to you? And then dude. Cryptocurrency, rifles, shotguns, 2 pistols, magazines, ammunition, among other shit. What does that sound like? What is that? And you throw religious shit into the mix of that with drugs? What does that sound like to you? That sounds like every fucking raid that the government has done on some religious crazy fucking people right before, like, something catastrophic or death or killing or, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think of what was it? The Branch Davidian group from Waco, right? The religious people, guns, pistols, magazines, ammunition, and religious fanatics. Whenever religious fanatics get a hold of rifles, shotguns, pistols, magazines, and ammunition, and there's drugs involved, bro, nothing good ever happens. Nothing good ever happens. So, like, you can't have LSD, man. And the story's over. You can't have LSD. You can't be in the army. You can't fly Blackhawks. You're not going to get an exemption. I feel like they should just kick him out of the army and forego all this court shit. Why not? The government wants to dance with this guy in court. They're gonna win, but still, why waste the time? Just kick him out. It's not even worth the... He's unreasonable, weird, crazy, on drugs, and from what I read, I don't think he's mentally fit to be in the service. So there's that. We spent way too long on those two stories, to where we're not even going to do another one. We're just going to get to the other videos if y'all requested anything. Did y'all request anything? Oh man. I'll just be fucking up. I don't know if y'all follow game. I don't know if y'all follow gaming or not, but I do to a degree. Just because my hobby, I've been doing it my whole life, and you know, just like gaming stories pop up every now and again, and I read these stories, and just like everything else, it's just like it's a lane of culture that I'm into, right? And I follow gaming news and gaming culture and all that as well, you know, video games and new releases, and I'm not as in tune as some of the ones that are like have their finger directly on the pulse. But did you guys hear about a Twitch streamer, YouTuber? Actually, he's just a YouTuber now because he took a deal with YouTube and left Twitch. Goes by the name of Dr. Lupo, and the only reason I know this guy is because he was a prominent streamer in the Destiny scene a whole bunch of years ago, and I was a massive Destiny fan. Played Destiny for years, thousands of hours, and Dr. Lupo is his name. I hadn't seen a video by this guy or a stream by this guy in fucking years. Forgot he completely existed. I don't watch his content because I don't play Destiny. I just don't watch many streamers really these days, really, except for a few. But bruh, his name popped up on my feed, and not in a good way. His name popped up on my feed yesterday. This dude cheated in a charity chess tournament. Got caught, lied about it, got confronted by the player that he cheated against, lied to his face, and then ended the stream in the same embarrassing fashion that Hawk Tua ended her stream. Remember when she said she was going to sleep and then never woke the fuck up? Yeah, he did that only to come back the next day on stream, admit that he cheated, and bruh, it was just so... I was like... It's charity. And it's chess. I don't even know how you cheat in chess, but I assume that if you do, people are gonna know instantaneously. You can't cheat at that game without people knowing. It's not like baseball where the pitcher can just like hide some pine tar in his butt cheeks, right? And just extra zip on the fastball. Maybe someone notices, maybe someone doesn't. Chance that 8 out of 10 times, no one does. When someone notices, it's hella embarrassing. But in chess, man, people watch. It's a spectator's game, like other sports, right? But in this one in particular, it's right there. It was just like I watched his stream, and I watched the moment he got caught, and I watched the moment he owned up to it, and it was just like I had secondhand embarrassment. And I had secondhand cringe, and I had secondhand, like, I almost felt bad for him, in a way. Like, ugh. You threw away your whole reputation for a charity chess event. Just what, like, god damn, bro. I just thought it was interesting. It was something that popped up on my feed, and it was relevant to me, so I figured I'd
if y'all were into gaming and y'all just like follow gaming sometimes, and that's just cheating in chess. But then again, man, it's like I always say, if you can make money from it, there's definitely a cheater somewhere. And that's just the case in everything. If there's money to be made, there is a cheater somewhere in there. And it doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter the sport. Think of any sport on the face of the planet. There's a cheater somewhere in there. Think of any competition. There's a cheater somewhere in there. No matter how brain dead the competition is, there is a cheater somewhere in there, in the mix of whatever it is. There's been games that I've seen that I'm just like, who would even cheat in this game? It doesn't even make any sense to cheat in this game. The cheats don't even do you any good in this game, but they still do. They still cheat. Bro, people cheat in Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter! You're not even playing against other players. You're playing against an AI, and people cheat in that. I'm just like, why? The whole point is to beat it. Learn it. It's hard. Yeah, you're gonna fail a lot, but that's the whole point. The journey to get to the end, and you're just like, you're a fucking loser, bro. Like, I don't know, man. There's a drug dealing game? Oh, I know. It's called GTA, but yeah. No, there's drug dealing games, like applications. I played this one game one time where I could grow my own weed and grow different strains, make money from them, and sell them and keep making stuff. It was like a pay-to-win game, but I played it for a little bit. I was like, oh, that's fun. I can make weed. Cool. Played it for like 2-3 days, deleted it. But yeah. But there's cheaters in everything. Just don't let that cheater be you. Don't be a cheater. It's just... if you're cheating in a video game, man, I can't imagine that other aspects of your actual life are going very good. If that's what you have to resort to. Really. Give me a second. Okay. Let me see what exactly... Let me check my watch later just to see if there's anything on my watch later that I wanted to watch. We still need to watch that JFK video, which we're going to, bro. It's just a long one. It's not just your videos, Vince, that I'm just like, oh, that's just so long, bro. It's even videos that I want to watch. I'm just like, oh, it's so long. And that JFK video, I've been wanting to watch it like the past 2 weeks. And every time I look at it, I'm just like, oh, bro, but it's so long. Come on, man. So it's, yeah. Oh, I forgot I watched that. Dude, all night last night. All night last night. I got super baked and I watched a whole bunch of David Blaine magic. Yeah. Why? I don't know. Right here. But I watched this though. David Blaine, Real or Magic, English full documentary mystery. I watched that and I like a whole bunch of his older videos, a whole bunch of like newer stuff that he had done. Some stuff I had already seen before because I was a big fan of David Blaine back when I was younger, him and Chris Angel and stuff like that. But yeah, last night just got super baked, started watching David Blaine. Had a good time. Sorry. Okay. Oh, there was a new oh, we forgot to watch this. Remember the video that we did the other day where Katy Perry and like 4 other chicks went into went into the sky for like 10 minutes. I don't even want to say they went into space because they didn't even go into orbit. Remember that video? That it was during a music stream on Twitch. And the reason we did that video is because I wanted to do this one. Wild Instagram comment section. Parody Central, which this channel is just like chat music. They just take wild comments and they make it funny, right? And the reason we watched that Katy Perry video was to get to this. So let's get to this. Also, I did want to watch that video by Brennan Herrera about the ATF, but I may end up just watching that myself. So let's see. All I know is Katy Perry got roasted hard. Like super hard, dude.
Liberty Mutual.
I'm having a hard time trying to figure out who got roasted harder. Katy Perry or Rachel Zegler? Who got roasted harder in 2025? Actually, Shannon Sharp kind of been going through it lately. So he's been getting roasted. I can't make fun of Shannon Sharp because I made the same mistake he did when I was younger, and stupid bitch took me for everything. So, like, but I made that mistake when I was younger, and Shannon Sharp's like 50 fucking years old, still making 21-year-old mistakes. But nah, I think I think Rachel Zegler got it the worst. Katy Perry a hot second. You heard about that, right, Ashley? Shannon Sharp and that little 19-year-old gold digger that he was messing with. And I'm just like, dog, what did you think was gonna happen? 19 years old, you met her at a Diddy party of all places. That's like red flag number 1. And then she's an OnlyFans model. What did you expect? Yeah, she's gonna claim that you did all this stuff and take you for everything you're worth. Same thing they did to motherfucking what's the dude's name that plays Kang the Conqueror? Majors? Whatever. Yeah, that guy.
All she talks about since we stayed.
But I don't really know his full story. All I know is that he lost a lot of opportunities because of a chick. That's for sure. And he also got fired, I think, from his job. Whatever job he had at the time, which quite possibly could have been Kang the Conqueror. And that's all I've ever seen him in. Is just that. Jonathan Majors. Yeah. I've never seen him in anything else aside from being Kang the Conqueror. And you know what's funny? I've never even seen that movie. I've seen a whole bunch of shorts, and I've seen like a whole bunch of the action sequences and stuff like that, but I have no desire to watch that movie at all whatsoever. I have no desire to watch anything comic book related these days, which is so sad that I'm even saying that. And it almost makes me feel a certain kind of way, really, to be honest. It's just that they're outside of whatever Robert Downey Jr. is doing with Doctor Doom, I don't care about anything else anymore. As far like DC and Marvel, dude, like there's nothing I've wanted to see. I haven't wanted to see Doctor Strange. I didn't see the new Black Panther. Wakanda Forever, I didn't see that. I haven't seen nothing, man, nothing. And it's just didn't see Ant-Man, Quantum Mania, whatever that was. I didn't see that. And that's what I'm saying. So like that's what I'm holding out for. No, Vince, I still haven't seen Fury, but thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna take some time to do that. Maybe we can do that at as a movie night on Kick or something, but I don't know, man. Maybe we can do it on Discord. Do like a movie night on Discord. I can stream on Discord. I stream quite a bit on Discord sometimes whenever I'm gaming, but I need to open up the Discord for everybody so that everybody can watch. But Whatever Robert Downey Jr. does with Doctor Doom, that's all I'm interested in, and that's it. I don't care. I don't care about anything else. They ruined it for me, dude. And instead of just like hanging around and complaining and fucking cursing the name of Kevin Feige and whoever the fuck is in charge at DC, I'm just not gonna watch, man. There's only so much complaining one can do. There's only so much bitching and fucking wishing and hoping and like there's only so much optimism you can have for a dying franchise like that. That like they did fantastic work with No Way Home. Love that Spider-Man movie. It's great, but everything else, man, it's just like I feel like I'm outgrowing it, which makes me feel bad because I love comic book characters and I love comics and I love the animateds, but it seems like the animateds is just where I'm gonna have to live from now on, really, when it comes to that kind of content. And I don't mind because I love the animated stuff. I actually still have to go through and finish watching the Crisis series, which I've only seen part 1 and 2. I haven't seen part 3 yet. So I need to make a list of all the shit that y'all recommend as far as like me watching, because I forget and then I procrastinate and then I start doing other stuff and then I just lose track. So called Primitive War. No, I haven't, but that sounds good. I want to see Warfare. I want to see Warfare. That's what I want to see. Focused on Iraq. And I like the past couple war movies that I've watched, they've all been focused like in Afghanistan. Quite a few war movies that I've watched over the past couple of years, especially the ones that we did for movie night, they were all focused in Afghanistan. So I'm excited to see something from Iraq because I desperately wanted to deploy to Iraq, bro. So like I would love to see what I missed. Because I didn't see much footage of the war in Iraq. I was a kid. Well, I wasn't a kid. I was a teenager when the war in Iraq started. Matter of fact, when the war in Iraq was fully under swing, I was like 16, 17 years old. And I told myself, joining the military is for fucking idiots. Who would do that? That's so stupid. I even thought my dad was stupid for joining the military. Right? And you fast forward, right? I joined and stuff like that. But I didn't see much footage, didn't care. The only thing I knew about the Iraq war was stories from other soldiers. Stories from my dad, but my dad had different stories from the Iraq war because my dad went to Iraq when Saddam Hussein was there. He didn't fight the same Iraq war that my friends fought, right? So like I'd love to see what I missed, you know? Had I joined directly at 17, I would have seen a lot of combat that was probably in that movie, but I did not. Had I joined a little bit sooner, then maybe, but I couldn't because I was too young. You know, the war in Iraq started early 2000s, man, right after 2001, 2002, 2003. And 2002, 2003, man, I was a middle schooler, so it didn't matter what I wanted to do at that time. I was too young. So I want to see that movie Warfare. I haven't heard of Primitive War yet. I still need to watch Devil May Cry. I was going to watch that the other fucking night, and I fell asleep, dude. It's just like, bro, when I do these lives, I deal with my niece. I eat, I feed her, I do all that stuff, and then I play some video games. And then by the time I'm done playing video games, or I edit videos, by the time I'm doing that, I'm just like I pass the fuck out. So like if I don't start watching something directly, that's just like God. Anyways. Based on the Vietnam War, but there's dinosaurs. That's gonna be an interesting dinosaur movie. That'd be interesting. Dinosaurs in Vietnam. It's got to be better than the movie 65, which wasn't a bad movie. But as far as a dinosaur movie, it still doesn't compare to Jurassic Park. So like, I mean, 65 was okay, right? For a dinosaur flick. Enjoyed it. But compared to Jurassic Park, it was just like, ah. So, I mean, that might be good. I might be interested in that. Your ex was over there at that time, so yeah, there's no telling what your ex saw, Tracy, or what he endured, because I had friends that went to Iraq, and when they came back, they were not the same part. Like, I know that sounds cliche, and you probably hear that all the time, but they were not the same person when they came back from Iraq. One of my friends from Iraq, he told me a story that and I'll tell it to you. He told me a story. He was driving down an Iraq road, and his truck was hit by an IED. And his buddy in the truck, well, they had Humvees at the time because this was Iraq. It was early 2000s. There was no MRAPs. There was no MAVs. They were in Humvees. Humvee was hit by IED, and his buddy in the truck just demolished, bro. Just like gone. Everything about him just destroyed. Dude, like, have you ever seen? You ever seen Brandon Herrera shoot or you ever seen Kentucky Ballistics shoot a high-powered rifle at one of those dummies? The ballistic gel, one of those dummies, and the gel in the body just explodes and just like body parts everywhere and shit like that. That happened to his friend, and he told me that he tried to put his best friend back together. Like, it was just gone, bro, like pieces. Like, and he was trying to put the pieces of his inside the truck, trying to put pieces of his friend back together, and then the gunfire started, and he had to give up hope, and he had to like stop. He tried to put pieces and arms and stuff, and like that's what he was doing. That's what he thought he needed to be doing, and like, yeah, it fucked with him like super hard, man, really, to where he went crazy later on in life, and just had problems with law enforcement, and just like he couldn't handle that, man. Like, it just like it destroyed everything about him, really. So, and he survived all of that, man. Multiple times, multiple dead friends. And when he described it to me, I was just like, it wasn't fun to hear or listen to. And just like the way he described it is like not even painting a very, very good picture of what I just did. The way he describes it is much more visceral and gruesome. And I was just like, and at the time I was still in high school, and yeah, and we were the same age, and I was just like, wow, I don't know what to say to you about that at all whatsoever. And that was just one of the stories that I heard of Iraq, and that was just one situation from one person, from one soldier, from his perspective. So I really want to see that movie Warfare, just see more highlights of that war, what they went through, what they faced. Because, you know, I've seen so many movies about Vietnam. I've seen so many movies about World War II, World War I, you know, D-Day, all that stuff, but not too much about Iraq. There's been a couple, but not too much that really stick too much in the memory, for the most part, as far as like really popular war films. People think of war films, they think of Zero Dark 30, that was Afghanistan. They think of, or was it Iraq? No, it was Afghanistan. They think of 27 Hours, which was also Afghanistan. They think of Black Hawk Down, which was Somalia. They think of, you know, stuff like that. So, actually, I'm wrong here. Three Kings. That was a movie based in Iraq, but that was like the first Iraq war that we had when we were looking for Saddam, right? And that's a fantastic movie. Mark Wahlberg, Ice Cube, George Clooney. If you haven't seen it, give it a watch. But yeah, anyways, we kind of got like so far off track and so far like, holy shit, we're here. What were we even talking about? Movies? We were talking about movies? Yeah. Other movies that I've Lone Survivor, Afghanistan, with Mark Wahlberg. Outpost, Afghanistan. Restrepo, Afghanistan. Lots of movies on Afghanistan, man. Quite a few. Fucking, actually? Oh, no. Hurt Locker, I think Hurt Locker was Afghanistan. That movie was trash. Whether it was Afghanistan or Iraq, I don't really think it matters. That movie was poor. In every sense of the word, poor. Jarhead was Iraq. There you go. That's a prominent one. Do you want to hear something? You want to hear something crazy about me? I've never seen Jarhead. Not once. Maybe one day. The Hornet's Nest, never seen it. Is that a movie? I don't know. I'll watch Jarhead. Good actors in it. Oh, you know what? You know what movie? Also Afghanistan. You know what's the hardest movie that I've ever had to watch? Military movie. One of the, except for Outpost. Outpost had me sweating. Outpost had my heart rate at like 3,000. Outpost had me gripping the armrest of my chair like it was the last thing I was gonna be able to hold. But you know what movie was really hard for me to watch, like super hard for me to watch? Brothers, military movie with Jake Gyllenhaal and Tobey Maguire. Brothers. If you haven't seen this movie, it is such a hard movie to watch. It's very good. It is such a hard movie to watch. The gist of it: Black Hawk pilot gets shot down. His helicopter gets shot down. Him and his crewmates. One crewmate survives. The others die. They get captured. And when they get captured, they can't be found. And because they can't be found and their helicopter was shot down, they're presumed dead. So he's not dead. He's just captured. He gets tortured. All the atrocities that you could think of, that you could quite possibly imagine that are done to a man in captivity during war, happens to this man. And he's gone, man. To his wife, he's dead. To his daughters, he's dead. To his brother back home, he's dead. And because he's dead, guess what happens? His brother back home starts hooking up with his wife. Oh, but turns out the brother's not dead. He actually escapes captivity and makes it back home after 2 years. 2 years of being declared dead. 2 years of being captured. 2 years of being in captivity by the enemy. And he makes it home only to find out that his wife has moved on. His brother is fucking his wife. And his kids don't even like him. It is the hardest movie I've ever had to watch, because like at the time I was in the service and I was just like, what he was going through I had seen happen to other soldiers, and what he was going through in that movie, it was happening to other soldiers in my unit, soldiers that I knew, soldiers all across, man, not just American soldiers, soldiers in different countries. This happens. It happens, right? Maybe not to that extreme, but you know, family members moving on from you, disregarding you, and shit like that. That was just like hard to watch. That was harder to watch than a soldier getting shot in the head. Really, soldier getting shot in the head. That's what's supposed to happen. You're a soldier, but what happened to Tobey Maguire's character in that movie? That's not supposed to happen to a soldier. So to watch that was just like, ugh. It was gut wrenching for me, and it hurt. So, not a movie that I would want to watch again, and not because it's bad, just because of how it makes me feel. Same thing with movies like that, and I can't really think of any, but there's just certain movies that I watched once, and once was enough. The Hornet's Nest has real footage that the newsman filmed himself. You'll have to request that or something so that we can watch it.
Officially an astronaut.
Thank you so much.
How do you feel?
Oh, we're gonna start this, by the way. Astronaut. Katy Perry and a couple of other rich girls go up in a rocket ship for 10 whole minutes and get the same title that it took Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and a slew of other motherfuckers decades to achieve. And we give the very same title to these ladies in a matter of 10 minutes. Awesome. It's kind of like It's kind of like all you ladies that have been ladies your whole fucking life. And y'all are experts at being ladies. But then they give Woman of the Year to Bruce Jenner. I know that had y'all feeling a certain kind of way. Believe you me, had me feeling a certain kind of way. Anyways.
Officially an astronaut.
Thank you so much.
How do you feel?
I feel super connected to love. So connected to love. I think this experience.
You're not an astronaut, honey. You paid $27 million to take a ride. If going to space for 3 minutes makes you an astronaut.
Yo, I love the new music. I love the new theme. I love the old theme that not the old theme, but like the ever-present theme that is always usually the theme music-wise, which is the one that I'm used to hearing. That has like, you know, that epic music in the background and the epic guy's voice, but this is good too.
If going to space for 3 minutes makes you an astronaut.
Then I'm a gynecologist, right? I love this.
Then I'm a gynecologist. I flew in coach, and therefore I am a pilot. I rode on a cruise ship, so now I'm the captain.
That's
I reached Diamond 1 on Call of Duty rank. I'm a soldier. I rode your mom, so now.
I love that one. I fucking love that one. That one's so good. I reached Diamond 1 on COD ranked. I'm now a soldier. Oh, that's great.
Call of Duty rank. I'm a soldier. I rode your mom, so now I'm your daddy. Botox is space verified. I kissed the ground and I liked it. Don't wanna
I kissed the ground and I liked it.
brag, but when I went to Disneyland, I rode Star Tours and went to Endor. Where is the xenomorph when you need it? Bezos spent $50 million.
Fucking imagine though. Oh my god. Imagine these ladies go up into space. And our first encounter with a killer fucking alien winds up on their spacecraft. Because we've seen all those movies before, right? And the TV shows where the astronauts are in the space and they're floating and they're having a good time and they're like, Houston, it looks good from up here. Right? And then bam, they all start getting fucked on by like this, I don't know. Y'all ever saw that movie Apollo something? It was like a horror movie or something like that. I thought it was going to be an actual movie about space, like Apollo 13 or something like that. Or was it Apollo 11? What was the movie with Tom Hanks? I thought it was going to be something like that, but instead it wasn't. It was like Apollo something where they go to the moon and it's just these little fucking bugs and critters and eating fucking people and shit. And I'm just like, well, this is kind of stupid. I didn't want this, but imagine that would have been the case. Some like little fucking creepy crawly bug just starts fucking up these ladies, right? But something tells me that if that happens and a super powered crazy human eating alien wound up on their ship, right, and started fucking them up, and they just so happened to survive this ordeal, you already know who they're blaming. Guess. Donald. That's just it, really. That's who they're blaming. No, I'm not talking trash about Katy Perry. She's a good singer. It's just that Katy Perry and a whole bunch of these rich celebrities, Ashley, they got on a rocket ship that Jeff Bezos made. Yeah, I'm not talking bad about her music. She has some good songs, I guess. I don't really listen to her, but that's neither here nor there. I'm not talking about her as a person, musician. I'm just saying, her and these ladies, they got on this rocket and they went up into space. Not even space. They didn't even go up into orbit. They went up high enough to where they could float. And then they came back down 10 minutes later. After they came back down like they just discovered a brand new fucking civilization, talking about we're astronauts and we're this and that. And even the interviewer, they were like, oh, Katie, you're an astronaut now. And all of us, we're just like, no, sweetheart. No. No. I don't even think you have like the first inkling of what it takes to be an astronaut. Like, I don't even have what it takes to be an astronaut. And I feel like I know more about being an astronaut than you do, and not even I have what it takes. Millions of people try to do this job. Well, I don't want to say millions, but millions of people have this aspiration, but guess what? Only a handful get to do it because, one, you got to be smart enough, you got to be physically fit enough, and you got to be courageous enough. And while you did get in that rocket and you went up for a little bit, that's really, it's nothing different than being on a plane. That's it, man. So you come back down talking about like you made this big victory for women. No, victory for women would have been you yourself going to the International Space Station and having these astronauts either teach you or explain to you their job, right? And then you can come back home with your footage of learning and explain it to all these young ladies. But no, like I said in the last video, you took the easy way out. You were just like, hey, Jeff, can you shoot me up for 10 minutes? And then he shoots you up for 10 minutes. You come back down and you act like you're Neil Armstrong. Bro, no. I'm sorry. No, you might be a good singer and hooray for you. You're talented. Congratulations. But you are no astronaut, ma'am. Sorry. Whatever. You might be the queen of Hollywood, but you are a peasant when it comes to space, when it comes to that area of expertise. That ain't you, bro. So like, to give you that title is disrespectful, is disingenuous, and it's a slap across the face against people that are already in the field, especially females that are already in the field. And they're giving y'all praise. What about those ladies? Y'all don't, it's like, it's fucking, it's cringe. Yeah, Ashley, look it up. I'm not lying. It's right here. It's look it up. Talking about we're astronauts, and then they ask her like, "Oh, Katie, what was it like up there?" And she was like, "I experienced nothing but love, and all I felt was love." Really, because if I get launched into low orbit like y'all did it, and they ask me how it felt, my reaction is like, "Bro, that shit was fucking sick. 0 G's. I was floating. I could see the Earth. I told you, motherfuckers, it wasn't flat." That would be me, but no, you're over here on some fucking tree-hugging hippie shit. I felt nothing but love. What the fuck are you talking about, Katie? No one knows. Nobody knows. Nah, a white coat, Ashley, come on now. They don't wear white coats. You're talking about a doctor. That's a different kind of doctor, Ashley.
For an 11-minute break from his wife. One small step for women, one giant leap for CGI. One giant leap for CGI.
It says one. Yes. No. No. No, she did not. She went up. She didn't even go up into like geocentric orbit. She was lower than the International Space Station. Like, and some people are saying CGI. Some people are saying that this was fake. But like, I don't know, man. I'm not gonna look at it too deep like that. But like, okay, so by this logic, if I were to step foot onto the USS Nimitz for 10 minutes, the USS Nimitz is a naval vessel for our U.S. Navy, right? The USS Nimitz, or maybe it's been decommissioned or no longer exists, but it's a U.S. vessel, right? And I go onto this ship and I hang out for like 10 whole minutes. Does that make me the commander of the vessel? Does that make me a ship captain because I was on there for 10 minutes? Oh my god. All right, let me finish the stream and we can debate this after. Bye. Jesus. All right. Let's. Some people are saying it's fake. One small step for women, one giant leap for mankind. I think we already had a giant leap for women, and her name was. What was her name? I feel so bad every time I forget it because it's just like I should remember it. The lady that was on the Challenger. What was her name? I'm gonna stop referencing Amelia Earhart because you say Amelia Earhart and like 80% of people probably don't know who the fuck that is or what you're talking about. But I feel like most people know the name of the female astronaut from the Challenger. And her name was what? She was the giant step for women, right? That these ladies are talking about. If this wasn't a step. This was like a small little shuffle. It was a small little shuffle. It was I don't know, man. Oh, that was it? All right. What is that? Booty Warriors? Wild Instagram comments. You got these little white dudes looking like douchebags dressed in fatigues and military attire with the standard fucking Gen Z ugly ass TikTok haircut that they all have. Yeah, I kind of need to see this one. Oh, there's a part 2 to the astronaut? Oh, Lord. We gotta watch this. Wait, what'd you say, David? I think the hate and death comments come from jealousy? Wait, what are we even talking about? Hate and death comments to who? I don't understand. Oh, man, hate and death comments are stupid. Like, I'm not even worried about that. And she's a celebrity. She's been getting hate and death comments since she's been in the game because, believe it or not, there's people out there that hate her for other reasons that don't have to do with this. When you're a celebrity of that magnitude, people are going to hate you for some weird-ass reasons. And I guarantee people send her hate and death threats regardless of this. I'm pretty sure people were sending her hate and death threats before all this because when you're a celebrity of that magnitude, there's a lot of people that just don't fucking like you. Is it fair? No, they don't even know you, but they don't like you. That's just it. That's how it goes. So I don't even look at that. That doesn't even register to me. You know what business you chose. You got to deal with death and hate threats. That's it, really. And that girl has security, so she ain't even worried. So no, Ashley, we disagree. She's not an astronaut. She's a rich girl that took a ride for 10 minutes. All right. Yeah, I said this in the last video, Ashley, had you been around. I said, you're in a NASCAR race, right? You go to a NASCAR race. And I'm just going to throw out a NASCAR driver from my time because I don't know any NASCAR drivers of today. And I'm really going to show you my age here. But let's just say you're at a NASCAR race and good old Jeff Gordon is like, hey, I'm in a hella good mood today. Feel like doing something nice. You paid to come to the race. Do you want to drive my car for a little bit before the race starts? And you say, hell yeah, Jeff, love to drive your fucking car. And you drive the car. You take a couple laps in it. You bring it back. Jeff says, that was awesome. Did you have fun? You say, fuck yeah. Thank you for letting me drive your car. And you go back and sit in your seat. It would be very naive of you to go back to your seat and tell your family and your friends and quite possibly your loved ones that you are now officially a NASCAR driver. Why? Because you drove around the lap. Anybody can drive around that track. Anybody. But not everybody can drive like them, going that fast for that long. That shit's endurance, really, if you ask me. You're not a NASCAR driver just because you drove around the block 3 times, right? It's just, you got to put in the work, you got to put in the effort, you got to be in there. man. That's just... Now, I know that there is quite possibly a double standard going on here because, like, let's say I have no acting prowess. Let's just say I have no acting experience, right? And somehow, some way, I just get lucky as fuck, right? And someone says, "Hey, we need someone to just be here in this movie," and I go in there and I'm in that movie, right? And I don't really say much. I just stand there and I just either look menacing or weird or however they tell me to look, right? And I just stand there, and that part makes it into the actual movie. Am I an actor because of that? I would say yes, because I was actually in the movie, right? I stood there in front of a camera, and I either said something or didn't say anything, but it was still recorded, and I stood there, and they used it, and they put it in the movie. Am I an actor? Yes. However, if I just showed up to set, stood around and watched for 10 minutes, I'm not an actor. I'm just a spectator that was just around while actual acting was happening. Right? So, like, that just depends. Oh, we fucking will. We will. Now, let's get to some cringe. You guys ready? I think this is gonna be cringe because real soldiers don't do this. We don't. Here we go. I heard you were looking for 3 soldiers. Yeah. For actual combat, not the next fucking Call of Duty DLC. Yikes. Holy shit. They got the Justin Bieber skin. Fucking battle pass. Here we go. That's just... I can't with this, man, because, like... Who are you supposed to be... Who are you supposed to be impressing? Because... I think girls want real soldiers, but let's just see, bro.
Going on here?
Someone said, "What in the gay is going on here?" Yeah, just you can tell by the haircuts. I really got to tell my little brother to get rid of that haircut because my little brother has this very same haircut, and I fucking can't. I just can't. He looks like one of those little mushrooms from the Mario games.
Is going on here? I've seen right angles straighter than you. Stolen valor. The only war they fought is in bed together. Did 6 tours of the glory hole. No guns, just swords. Booty warriors. Bukkake army.
I was literally about to reference the Navy here, like get rid of the Army fatigues, and those don't even. Oh God damn it! Those I don't even think you got those from a surplus store either. Those bottoms that you have, those don't even. Oh man, they look like costumes, to be honest. And yeah, they sell military uniform costumes. I've seen them before. And they usually look horrid.
Torpedoed each other's tunnel. They're masters of sword fighting. At war to protect the sausages. Dropping their anchors in Pooh Bay. These 3 could sit on a popsicle and tell you what flavor is. Operation Butt Sex with your buddies is a go.
Yo, they must have subscribed to the they must have subscribed to the Fresh and Fit podcast, I guess. Cause, you know, isn't that their whole mantra? Being around girls is gay, sleeping with your wife is gay, fucking going down on your girlfriend is gay. Isn't that what they always say? I've always had a feeling that they were just both gay for each other, but yeah, this is your standard Fresh and Fit watcher right here, I feel. I think, quite possibly. No, you're still an actor. You're just like an extra is an actor. You're acting like a background person. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, that's just Katie. Jesus. All right. That was fun. Yeah, that's just like if military members don't do this, why would you do it if you're not in the military? I can't imagine buying a firefighter outfit, get up, right? And then posting a fucking thirst trap on TikTok talking about, "Hey ladies, you want me to come put out that fire?" Ugh. Por qué? No. I'm not a firefighter. I'm appropriating. And I'm stealing the good moves of actual firefighters. That's their move. I haven't earned that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. All right. Let's see. Oh, Thunderbolts, another movie I can't wait to not see. I don't even know what that is. Thunderbolts. I'm telling you, man, they started to lose me at the Marvels. Because I don't know what the fuck you're asking me, Ashley. What are you asking for? My mom's on the way. This is her. Hold on. Hey. Oh, you're here. Shit. I thought... Okay. I'm coming. Hi. My mother has arrived. My mom's here. Open the door. First thing she said. Why are you still so skinny? Because I don't go to fucking gym, Mom. She expects me to just put on weight magically every time I don't see her. All right. What were... No, Jeff, stream's not over. But she can entertain herself. She'll be fine. She's about to go outside and do something with a screwdriver. Because I don't know how to fix screwdriver. Well, it's a power tool that's fucked. I don't know how to fix it. She does. She'll keep herself busy doing that. until I'm done. And then we may go out to dinner. It's Friday, so, but probably not. Went to the grocery store yesterday and got her a whole bunch of beer because I knew she was coming. So I got her like a 24 pack of Michelob Ultra because that's what she drinks. So maybe we won't go anywhere. I think she's just gonna stay here, get drunk as shit, and listen to Spanish music really loudly. I think that's what's gonna happen this weekend. Beer will really put on weight, but then she'd tell you to quit drinking and lose weight. No, Sam. I don't drink. So there's that. No alcohol for me. And if it's not marijuana, I don't want it. I don't want it at all. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Okay, there was nothing I needed. Okay, cool. Now I can just go. Where was the request? Was it Variety? Something by Kevin. China's street food nightmare exposed. I saw a video one time about Indian street food, and I was just like, not eating that. And not because of like any kind of racial reasons, it's just the way that they make the food sometimes. Lots of street food, man. Sanitation kind of goes out the window, especially in countries like India. And that just wouldn't be good for your boy. I don't think it'd be good for you either. You go to India right now and try some street food. One, you're eating Indian food. That's going to fuck you up altogether. And then two, if the sanitation isn't good, which at lots of places it ain't, then you're in for another surprise. So you're just going to be, it's going to be coming out of both ends. That's not fun. You ever had to sit on a toilet whilst holding a trash can because you can't stop shitting and puking at the same time? That's not good for anybody. I don't, like. The last time I had street food, man, Italy. Bro, they had kebab stands in Italy. They were just like, it's the greatest thing I've ever had. It's the greatest food I've ever tasted. It was so amazing. It's like the one thing I missed from being over there. And I did have some street food when I was in Afghanistan, but it was just bread. And bread is bread. Universal, that's just not going to fuck me up. But then I did eat Afghani food, which did fuck me up at first. The curry fucked me up at first, but then we went on mission one time where we went into this we went into this local elder that had a big family. We were in his hut hanging out. And they were giving us food, like showing hospitality and shit, being real nice. And they fed us, gave us food. Amazing food. Really good. I can't remember what the fuck it was. But, yeah. When we had to leave, man, go back to the FOB, which was, I don't know, 4-hour drive. Your boy had to shit the entire time. From Afghan food. And I was just like, Sergeant, we gotta stop. And he's like, Falcon, we're not stopping, man. First off, we're not even lead truck. We can't ask for a tactical halt at this very moment. We're going, bro. Like, we're just going. We can't stop. I was like, well, I'm gonna die. That's it. I'm either gonna die or someone's gonna get shit on, bro, but it's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good. Magically, miraculously, I held it all the way. And so, not good though. Very...
Book on dollar.com to get our lowest rates.
Why are you in my house?
Dig a hole.
Hi, I'm
Tyson? What do you mean? You're talking about Mike Tyson? Here we go.
Ooh, I wanna hold you just for a while and die with a smile next to me.
Dude, you should have just recorded with your wife still playing the piano and singing in the background. I wouldn't have minded. That's completely fine. Do it. I don't care.
Like 15 minutes, maybe even shorter.
She wasn't even bad either. I could have listened to her sing while you gave the news. Here we go. Did my mom text me from the... No, she didn't. Here we go. Oh, hell no. I think I've seen this clip. Didn't we see this? Didn't we watch this?
Her reaction to seeing the skewer.
I don't think we've seen this video. When was this uploaded? 3 months ago. Who requested this? Haven't we seen this? Kevin, didn't we watch this already? Or we've just seen that particular clip? Because there's another channel that we've watched before that it's this white guy that just talks shit about street food. And it's funny because his commentary is really funny. So maybe we saw that on his channel. I'm not entirely sure. I can't tell. But yeah, this clip right here, that's just fucking disgusting.
Maybe even shorter.
By the way, we're still in this big screen little me face cam. Do y'all want to switch it? Do y'all want to change it? Because I can change it. Do you want me to go back to the other one? It was probably just that clip. Or do y'all want to stay here? We had to dig a hole with the trenching tool and shit in it, of course. There are no leaves to wipe with in the sandbox, so that might be bad advice. You don't need... Oh, Sam. You don't need leaves when you're in the sandbox, bro. You don't. It's not bad advice. If you have to dig a hole, that's what you do. You dig a hole. Shit in the hole. You cover the hole. However, I did find myself at an outpost one time. Whole bunch of infantry guys. The outpost was literally smaller than the house that I'm in right now. And there was no showers, there was no bathrooms. We had to stick a piece of PVC pipe in the ground, like way deep in the ground, and we pissed into the PVC pipe, which went into the ground. And then for the shit, you did have to dig a hole. We lived like that for like a couple days. And then for the shower, you get a water bottle, you fill it up with water, and you poke a whole bunch of holes in the water bottle, and you hang it up, and you shower before the water runs out. There's your shower, right? So, and if you do have to wipe, and you didn't prepare properly, and you didn't put baby wipes in your assault pack or your rucksack or somewhere in the vehicle, then you can always take your knife, cut your brown t-shirt, take your brown t-shirt, wipe your ass, dog. I had to do that quite a few times, and not just in the military either. I did that out in the woods when I was in high school. So, yeah. Not bad advice at all.
Her reaction to seeing the skewers being seasoned in action.
I'll have what she's having.
Mouth licking wontons. Fly packed pork belly.
I mean, oh god, look at all those bugs crawling on it. Look at all the bugs. Look at all the bugs. Sanitation. Ugh.
feet-flavored mala tang.
Bro, it's like...
China's street food couldn't be any healthier. I mean, dirtier. Welcome to 2025, and we're so back with...
China's not the only... Here in America, we have street food here in America, but these street food places, they do have to abide by the health code, right? If you sell barbecue out of a truck, you still have to have the same health code standards rating score as a McDonald's, correct? On top of having your business license, on top of having your license to distribute, on top of, you know, all of the legal stuff, but you have to have a health rating. Am I correct? Right? I would think. A lot of other countries do it different, and that's cool. Like I don't mind street food if the sanitation is there, right? Like if I can see, and that was a big thing in Italy. They would have these kebab trucks, these kebab stands that it was just like inside this little, it almost looked like an ice cream truck, but it didn't sell ice cream. They had lamb and they had a whole bunch of things that you could choose from. Everything looked clean and stuff like that. And even if it wasn't at the time, we were too drunk to give a fuck anyways, right? But I never got sick off that food. Amazing kebabs, man. Just some of the best ever, and I don't think I'll ever be able to find something quite like it here in the States. Makes me sad. But I don't mind street food, man. But if you don't have no sanitation, then I'm not fucking with you, and it don't even matter the country.
This time, stinky street food. Today, we're going to be looking at street food from parts of China, and I got these videos from Chinese social media. Now, challenge yourself. See how far you can get through this video. Let me know in the comments if you make it till the end. And make sure to subscribe to our channel if you haven't already, as we release videos like this every single week. Aside from the possibility of getting rusty pots to serve food to you, and having, in this video at least, a server giving you a bombastic side-eye and telling you that it's normal as an answer when you question their decision, well, what else can there be? Well, there could be formaldehyde-soaked beef tripe, or it could have chicken skin on pork ribs. As this man shows in the video, he bought some pork, but the skin clearly looks like it belongs on a chicken thigh.
That doesn't even look fully cooked. That looks disgusting.
像猪皮，它是个鸡皮，这是肋排，我买的肋排，你看，这是肋排。这个皮你看是鸡皮吧？像不像鸡皮？
What's the worst thing that can happen to me? According to one viewer, yummy, 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 oh my tummy. And here's a quick compilation of all the stinky food in China.
All these people just scratching their fucking feet. Like, dog, let me tell you something about myself. The only time I don't have shoes on is when I'm laying in bed getting ready to go to bed. I'm sitting in my room right now. I'm inside. But guess what? If I go to the kitchen, if I go outside, if I go to the store, if I go to the backyard, if I have to go take a piss, my shoes stay on all the time. Even inside my own home. Like these people. And as the patron, you can't really see this. All you see is him sitting down playing on his phone. And then he's going to be like this, scratching his fucking dirty ass feet. He's going to be like, oh, hi, yeah, what's up? Yeah, you want food? Gotcha. Let's get it. Fucking gross. No. There's... Bro, I was an athlete and I was in the military, and I don't think I've ever scratched my feet that much. I had athlete's foot once upon a time, and I don't think I scratched that much. And when I scratched, bro, because my feet used to itch so bad because like athlete's foot and just like dry feet, sweaty feet and stuff like that, I wouldn't even scratch with my hands. I would take the top of a Coke bottle, and you know how it has like those really sharp ridges? I would scratch with that. So I would take that cap and just scratch my legs and stuff like that, because I would wear high socks, and when you wear high socks, it makes your legs itch when you take those socks off. And I would just spend like fucking 30 minutes with that coat cap, just scratching my feet, my legs, all that stuff when I would take it off after the end of a day. But like, Jesus, dude, that's just like. But when I would do this, I wouldn't be preparing food for anyone, so, you know, I didn't really care.
They don't call it stinky tofu for no reason. Also, did I say stinky foot or stinky food? Because the D and the T pronunciation.
Check out the new whip. Tight, tight. How many Bud Lights can you fit in that puppy? As many Bud Lights as it takes.
Matters a lot in English. Okay, jokes aside, we got more. Here.
It's not that feet are gross, Sam. I don't find feet gross. Like, so I've had plenty of significant others over the years that I'm just like, I'll give you a foot massage. You want me to rub your feet? Stuff like that. Or maybe they've asked, and for the most part, clean feet, whatever. Maybe it smells like their shoes or something like that, but I don't really find feet gross like that. I'm not licking your toes. I'll give you a foot massage, though. Not putting them in my fucking mouth or anything like that, or like, you know, so. But I will say, it kind of is a double standard. If a lady's feet look like mine, well, we got some problems, because my feet look hideous, right? I got like dead skin, dry skin. I'm always picking at my feet. I'm always ripping off my nails with my hands. I don't cut my nails with a toenail clipper. I just like fucking rip them off, right? So like, my feet look ugly. It's like, you a chick and your feet look like mine. That's wild. I don't know about that, but like,
Here it comes. This lady is also transparent. This video here, she lists all of the additives and food chemicals that she's using for her cooking right on the bucket. So this one here says ethyl maltol, which is apparently 100 times more potent than regular MSG. And this one, the translation literally means through the bone flavor agent, or something like through the bone umami additive. So all the comments here are saying that the ethyl maltol can turn things like shoe bottoms into tasty food, or even rotten food into very tasty food. That's how potent it is. Extremely healthy, of course. Sticking with the water theme, how about
That's like my version of putting salt on something or hot sauce that tastes bland. But the way you're doing it, it just seems disgusting. I don't know.
Using water on the ground to clean your cart? Well, they always say that Chinese food is unsanitary on the street. Well, at least this guy's cleaning it. He's selling fried bread. That fried bread's got natural fermentation and all sorts of fungus and bacterial growth on it. Take a look at some of the back of the house process of preparation. They're cleaning their potatoes next to the squat toilet stall, next to the toilet paper bucket used. See, I knew potato were lacking in the seasoning department to begin with, so they're giving that extra airiness, you know, in the environment.
Just to let those flavors get to know each other.
Binging with Babish would always say. Speaking of sanitary stuff, why not cook some hot water in a wok in a restaurant?
I saw this one, and this motherfucker, this dude right here is mopping the floor and also mopping the grill with the same mop that he's using for the floor. And it's just like, do you have any idea? It's a good thing that these people, they own their business. They own the establishment. They run it. Because in America, you don't own or run shit, right? Well, you could, but for the most part, you work for someone that owns it. And you would get fired so unbelievably fast if you did any of this stuff. Bro. Like, you would be surprised. You would simply be surprised the health classes that I got when I worked for a gas station. For a gas station. Because we had a grill. We had Polar Pops and all that stuff. The health classes we had to take to just operate the grill in a gas station. Not a restaurant. Not a eating establishment. Not an eatery. Nothing. Not even a food truck. A gas station. And the amount of sanitation that we had to have working this grill far outweighs anything I've seen in this video. And it's just like, man.
Restaurant, dip your mop bucket in it, clean the floor, clean everything else, and then use that same wok to cook your food.
So fucking way.
And you wonder why people claim that they get sick after eating Chinese food.
This is literally the equivalent of like you're cleaning your dishware with the same plunger that you use to clean your toilet. I can't.
I don't know. It must be something in the air. Who knows? This could be why people are getting sick. Look how dirty that preparation place is.
That's a food place? Oh my god, I thought that was like either a garage, like a chop shop, or a slaughterhouse. This place sells food? I'm not eating there, just based off the way it looks. Nah, I've seen street food before, and that doesn't look like street food. This looks like a criminal enterprise. No fucking way.
And this video is where the kitchen does their dishes. They wash it under a faucet and then wipe it with the same cloth that's apparently being used to wipe tables, and then they put the iron plate back on fire to cook more steaks. How are you doing so far? Need a break? Well, I do.
They always want to call us Americans barbaric and gross and fucking... We got standards, man. Say what you will about us, but fuck. Man, and this actually like makes me grateful about McDonald's. As much as I like to talk shit about McDonald's and some of these fast food places, seeing this shit actually makes me grateful. Like, I should probably stop complaining.
Let me introduce to you a product that I've been using for more than a year. This is the Gin-X Red Ginseng Extract.
Okay,
now, ginseng is known to boost your immunity, clear brain fogs, and overall improve your mental concentration. The restaurant looks really terribly in the front. What could the back...
Now, hold on now. Is...
Front...
Nope, I'm not doing this. I don't care if it's sanitary or not. I know that there's gonna be at least one motherfucker in there that's gonna double dip, and nope, I'm not doing that. I already get iffy around people double dipping chips when we're at a Mexican restaurant and there's salsa and cheese on the table. I'm not participating in this at all. No, sir.
What could the back of the house look like? What you just saw in the first video is a malatang spot. Now, malatang is a trendy Chinese dish right now. It's basically you cook everything in this saucy soup base, and then lots of ingredients in it, right? So this video here is from the back of the house to a malatang restaurant. All the ingredients scattered on the floor. It seems to be so dirty everywhere.
Oh my god, that doesn't even look like food. It looks like, some of it looks like plaster, some of it looks like motor oil. Some of it looks like some cement. Is this a kitchen or is this a construction site, bro? It's like, it's so foul.
Like the buckets of ingredients on the ground looks like they've been to 18 levels of hell and back. This makes Gordon Ramsay's kitchen nightmare look like unicorn land. And it's not just this type of restaurant doing this dish, it's everywhere.
What is that? Was that bread? Just throw it on the floor, and now we're stepping on it. Okay. You know, that was a popular method of the way that the Afghanis would make bread, is they would like step on it with their feet to like flatten it. But once it goes into the oven, it doesn't matter what was on their feet or if their feet were even gross to begin with. It goes in the oven and all whatever bacteria it had, it's bread. It's gonna be under heat. That shit's gonna get sanitized. So I didn't mind eating the bread in Afghanistan, even though I knew how they made it. Right? It was just other food that I was afraid to eat, not because I was afraid of it being bad or tasting bad, but because just I knew what it would do to my body. Man, you can't just go to another country or another culture and eat their food and you're fine. You just can't, man. I would assume it would be the same way if a Chinese person came to America for the first time and had a double quarter pounder with chicken nuggets. It would probably fuck them up. Maybe. Who knows? I don't know. But it's just, yeah.
This is fried rice. They're pre-cooking the fried rice in a large bucket just off of the ground. Honestly, I don't know why people are crapping on Indian street cooking. This is 100 times worse. This is just plain unsanitary. And
it's bad all around, man. If you don't have good sanitation, it don't matter the country. It's just not good sanitation. And it's just bad all around. If you're guilty of this, you're guilty of this. It don't matter where you're from. It's all bad.
Practically extends into different areas too. How about street cooked sausage? In this video, you see this piece being pulled off like it's glued on. What are they putting and making these sausages with? How about tang hulu, one of my favorite snacks growing up as a child in China, the favorite snack of many. It's essentially hawthorn berry coated with caramel that they put on a stick, and they put on this giant straw thing that they carry around to sell it. They carry that to the public toilet? That's so gross. Barbecue stalls, another big problem in China. Like in this video, they're cooking it and then dipping it in the drip bucket oil that's underneath the fire.
Imagine you go to a bar and the bartender puts a little bit of alcohol in your cup and then takes the cup and then lifts the spill tray, because every bar is going to have like a spill tray when they pour drinks, right? Residual alcohol that falls. It goes into this tray. And they take your cup and they dip it into the spill tray and get all that residual alcohol that's mixed with a whole bunch of other alcohol, and they say, here you go. I tried that from experience. It's not good. It is not good. I did that one time. I was at a strip club and I learned about this tray that collects all this alcohol, and I asked the bartender, I was like, hey, that alcohol right there, trying to be cheap, free? They were like, no one's ever asked for this before, so yeah, are you sure? Fuck yeah, do it. And he gave it to me, and it was the worst tasting thing I'd ever tasted, but it got me drunk off my ass. I think I ended up throwing up that night. But, oh, gross.
Either that or they're adding insane amounts of additive, as we've seen with that old lady with the bucket, or that they're replacing the meat with mouse meat. They're supposed to be lamb and beef. Yeah, you heard that right, mouse meat. A vendor here licks off the ingredients because what the customer ordered and what he made wasn't the same thing. So instead of throwing it into the trash, he's recycling the ingredient for the next customer. Okay, so let's say you're done with the eating part.
You order funnel cake, right? But you didn't want any powder on it, right? I don't know why you would get funnel cake if you didn't want the powder. It kind of goes hand in hand. But let's say you wanted funnel cake, right? But you didn't want the powder on it, and you forgot to say that. And he gives you the funnel cake, and you're like, "Oh, I didn't want the powder. I didn't want the powder on the funnel cake. I didn't want all that like sweet powder on it." And he goes, "Oh, okay. I can fix that. There you go. I got it off." Are you fucking me? Are you fucking me? Ain't no way. No.
How about some drinks? Well, this man made a video after discovering that the seahorse wine that he's been drinking for more than a year, yeah, weird, right? Seahorse wine for health benefits, apparently contains a fake plastic seahorse. So not only did you get scammed for thinking that there was health benefits to seahorse wine, but also you got scammed because there was actually no real seahorse to begin with. All right, that's it today for the...
I think seahorse wine is something I've never heard of before. And now I kind of just want to try it just to say that I tried it. The legitimate version of it, not no fake shit. So, yeah. That's grotesque. Again, nothing wrong with street food, man. Some of the best places that I've ever gone to for food was just a hole in the wall right there. And, you know, it was good. There's this place in my hometown of Columbus called, I can't remember the name of it, and I hate that I can't remember the name of it, but it's a hot dog place. It's right by the airport. And this place has been in business since I was a child, man, like a small child in that town, right? And it looks like a trailer. It's shaped like a trailer, the size of a trailer. It's right at the end of the runway for the airport. and it has some of the best hot dogs in town. It's so fucking good. When you walk in, you're just like, I don't think I'm gonna get any kind of good food here. This place looks kind of decrepit, but fear not. It's so good and it's clean. It just looks like shit, really. It's doesn't really look that bad. The stairs were kind of falling apart when you would walk up into the door. Stairs were kind of like, oh, but the food is fantastic. I don't really give a fuck about the aesthetics. So, Cooks! That's the place. That's what I'm talking about. They're so good. It's so amazing. And they're still there. And they're always going to be there because they know fucking hot dogs, man. And every time I'm in town, I make it a point to at least try to go there once. I didn't go there last time I was in town, but yeah, I love that place. This is one of the very few places that has been there for as long as I feel like I've been alive. A lot of places have come and gone, man. There used to be a Willie T's. I don't know if you've ever had Willie T's before, but I feel like it's like the southern. I feel like it's the more southern version of Zaxby's. Like if your town don't have a Zaxby's, it'll have a Willie T's, and they kind of sold the same shit as Zaxby's, and it was so good, man. It was there for a time, and it was right up the street. It was right up the street from the apartment I used to live at. And then they closed, and I was sad. I was very upset. I was asking around, asked my buddy, his mom works for the city. I was like, what happened to Willie T's? They bringing it back? What's happening? We get a new one? What's going on? And it's like, man, no dice. And Willie T's was there for a hot minute, man, ever since I was in high school. It was good. No, I haven't been all the restaurants in Columbus. There's new restaurants popping up all the time. There's where TGI Fridays used to be is now a Twin Peaks, which is, I guess, just like another version of Hooters, which I didn't know, hence the name Twin Peaks. So yeah, I haven't been there. There's a couple places I haven't been, and there's places that I straight up just won't go. Like I don't eat at Carrabba's, Olive Garden. I don't eat there. The Buffalo Wild Wings in my hometown sucks ass. It's bad. It's awful. And I like Buffalo Wild Wings. It's just every time I go there, I get really bad service. Every time I've gone there, I got really bad service. Granted, last time I went there was during COVID, so kind of an excuse, but yeah. Anyways, David, are you still here? Because we can do yours, as long as it's not religious related. 7-Eleven Big Bites. Was that donuts? Like the big donut balls? Shit. David, thank you so much for the membership, man. I truly appreciate you for it. Oh, hot dogs. Dude, you know what eating establishment had some of my favorite hot dogs, and then out of nowhere they stopped doing hot dogs? Or they didn't stop doing hot dogs, they just stopped doing the specific version of hot dogs that I liked. Sonic. When I was a teenager, Sonic used to have like the Chicago dog, the New York dog, the Southern dog, the fucking, like, they had so many different kinds of hot dogs and they were all fire. And then one day out of nowhere, no more cool hot dogs. No more, like, it was just like they just went back to the foot long and the just like regular generic shit. And I was just like, man, no. You had something good here, and then they got rid of it, and I think that's why I stopped going to Sonic. I mean, I still show up every now and again to like get a Route 44 or something like that. But oh no, that was Terminated. Terminated. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to David. It wasn't David. It was Terminated. Terminated. I appreciate you, man. All right. Let's see what you requested, David. David, what did you request? Oh! This I can fuck with. Right up my alley. I love Neil, and I love the topic. All right. I can hear my mom just like, I don't know what she's doing. She's making all kinds of noise. Okay. Yeah, right. Neil. Star Talk. Okay. So there's no, he's only going to be able to break down certain things. Oh, David, you got to pick another one, man. I watched this on my own time. I forgot to tell you that. I've seen this already. You're going to have to pick another one, man. I'm sorry. I must have watched this on my own time and forgot. But now I remember. Now that I'm looking at the thumbnail. I clicked on this on my own time because I didn't think anyone would ever request it. So my bad. Let's try to find another one. This isn't the only video he's done Marvel related, so let's try to find... I watch Neil on my own time, and I get a lot of shorts that pop up on my feed related to him and stuff like that. I watch Star Talk on occasion. I love listening to physicists. I love listening to them teach and talk and lecture and stuff like that, so... And that's a lot of stuff that I do on my own time, and I just got wrapped up in that, man. My bad. You had to choose something else. I'm sorry. My apologies. Let me just look through my my feed real quick to see if there's anything that I want to put in the watch later that we might want to get to. While David thinks of another request, unless one of y'all have a request that we haven't done. Oh, instant regret compilation. We could do it. We could do a try not to laugh. We haven't done one of those in a couple days. David, how about it? Yo, I heard that movie sucked ass. I saw the trailer and I was like, instantly, I was like, nope. Kraven the Hunter? Even the trailer looked bad. I was like, nah. Pass. This is part 2 to the Astronaut Wild comment section. But there is a new one by Chat Music. So let me pull that up. I can hear my mom, and she already opened the Michelob's. It's 3:50 in the afternoon, and she's already in the process of getting drunk. My dad's the same way. I don't know who I take after in that regard, bro. Like, I just fucking can't.
Savings you just can't beat. Oh, this orange is gross.
What'd you say, David? 30 minutes. Maybe we can do that one and another one. I'm trying to get like something just like a decent time, like 12, 15 maybe. What is it? Want to see him rate movies? I'll do that. What is it? What's it called? Because he can rate the movies, and then I can also rate the movies, and then we can discuss. We can discuss and argue, if you will, right? David, what is it? Yo, please don't call me that. That's what people call my dad. Star Talk science fiction films. All right, bet. Science and pop fiction with Neil deGrasse Tyson? What's it called? Oh, here it is. Neil deGrasse Tyson's sci-fi movie tier list, right? This one?
It's my turn to rank the movie.
Okay, dudes. I have to use the bathroom. I've been holding it since I started. I'll be right back. 1 second. All right. Lego. Okay. My hope for this video. Can y'all hear me? Good? Yeah? Yay? Nay? My hope for this video is that I've seen every single movie that he's about to rate. Sci-fi is one of my favorite genres. So.
Movies that matter to me. Let's start at the bottom. How about Disney's The Black Hole? One of the
Well, shit. Not starting off good. I've never seen this movie, but kind of makes sense. 1979.
The 10 worst movies ever made. When this movie came out, I was just in college, I think it was, and I'd known all about black holes.
I wasn't even a thought.
And the physics of black holes. And it was clear that when they made this movie,
They had no idea.
they didn't know any physics at all. I don't think they had a physicist in sight of any scene that was scripted, prepared, and filmed for this.
But to be fair, and I always want to say this because a lot of people, they watch sci-fi and they get wrapped up in the fact like, was it accurate? Could it actually happen? Is it real? Man, who gives a shit? It's a sci-fi movie, and at the end of the day, it's a movie. None of it is real. That's why you need to suspend your disbelief, right? So, for me, when it comes to sci-fi movies, the accuracy is not paramount. You know what I'm saying? You can take liberties if it's a good story, a good plot, and if it's a good idea. You can take liberties and exaggerate, but it's only the times where a movie tries to present itself as accurate and then fumbles. That's when it gets embarrassing.
This movie.
A journey that begins where everything ends.
So that goes in the F category.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Right there. I heard they're going to be remaking The Black Hole, and they better have a science advisor. Otherwise, go home. My single favorite movie of all time. The Matrix.
Oh,
you gotta love The Matrix.
S.
And how
S.
deeply thought through those plot lines.
S. As far as the first Matrix movie, bro, S. Double S, actually. Matrix Reloaded, I'd put it in A. Matrix Revolutions, I'd probably put that in B. The most recent Matrix movie, we're not even gonna rank it. It doesn't even deserve an F. It's that bad. Fuck that movie.
The one flaw in the reasoning is that they're growing humans, embryos, and the machines are pulling energy from the humans because they knew that we generate 100 watts of energy, so between 80 and 100 watts. So that's a power source for the machine. Okay. Well, then where do the people in the embryos get their power from? Well, they're fed energy from the outside. Thermodynamically, that doesn't work. If you're going to put energy into another thing before you take out the energy, you're getting less energy than what first went into the system. So apparently machines didn't know this. They didn't have a class in thermodynamics. Bypass the middleman, draw the energy directly. You don't need the humans at all. But without that little fact, there is no movie, so I'll give them a hall pass on that.
Yeah.
All the rest of the film was so brilliantly conceived and especially executed. That is an S on my...
Outside of like very, very minor little plot holes and inaccuracies that at the end of the day, you would have to be really, really petty, right? But this is the point. We're going to be petty, right? So I'm still giving it an S regardless of like, you know, I'm sure you could go point by point into the Matrix trilogy and find every single plot, everything that doesn't make sense, everything like why this, why that, why here, why there, why'd you do this, why'd you say that, why did this happen? You could do that all day ad nauseum, right? But at the end of the day, it's sci-fi for me, man, and it's not supposed to be real. If you can add a degree of realism to the movie, by all means, man, kudos. That's bonus points, but it's sci-fi. We can forego hardcore accuracy. The only times I would really like want like strict hardcore accuracy is in a military film. But if we're talking about, you know, The Matrix, the Infinity War, Avengers Endgame, you know, stuff like that, Ender's Game, fucking the Tomorrow War. If we're talking shit like that, then we don't really, you know.
My list. And for each subsequent Matrix movie, they got worse and worse.
I agree.
So next was Matrix.
However, Matrix Reloaded is still fire by comparison to Matrix Revolutions and then Matrix 4. So Matrix 2 Reloaded is still top tier.
Matrix Reloaded. Let me put that down to a C.
What?
And you know.
Wrong. Man, Matrix Reloaded is an A. What do you mean, Neil? Come on, man.
Know where Matrix Revolutions is going. That one, maybe not an F. No, it's not as bad as.
No, Matrix Revolutions is. You know what? I will put Reloaded at B, and I will put Revolutions at D. I didn't like Revolutions all that much. 1 being my favorite, number 2 being a very, very good sequel, and number 3, What really didn't sit right with me is that they changed the actress for the Oracle in Matrix 3, and I was like, what happened to the old black lady? I want her back. Like, I don't like this. Whatever. That was really a casting thing more so than a movie thing, but
As the black hole, let's give that an E. The Martian. Love me some Martian.
Boring, to be honest. Now, to someone like Neil, probably great, probably full of scientific accuracies and yada, yada, yada. And this is probably a love letter to the scientist or to the astronaut or to someone in that field. But to me, as just a regular movie watcher, The Martian was boring to me. That's what it was. I would give The Martian probably a B.
You gotta love any movie that turns a noun into a verb. As Mark Watney, the lead character, says,
I'm gonna have to science the shit out of this.
Plus, it got so much science correct. Oh my gosh. And one of the highest compliments I ever received was from the writer of that original story, Andy Weir. He said, Neil, when I was writing out the science on this, I imagined you were looking over my shoulder.
That's a good compliment.
And that put him on notice, because if he messed anything up, he was worried I'd be tweeting about it after or Xing about it. So, The Martian is the most scientifically accurate.
Not as boring as the movie Space. Remember that movie with George Clooney and Sandra Bullock? Boring. Golly, I was bored to tears during that movie.
Film I have ever witnessed. So that gets very high marks. I would have to give that an A. A. Very high marks.
Yeah, well, you're looking at it from a scientific accuracy perspective. I'm looking at it from an entertainment perspective. It's a B for me.
By the way, it had a minor sort of plot flaw as well in the middle. Why did they give up Mark Watney for dead on the Martian surface? Because a dust storm was kicking up and they had their spaceship and they had to take off, and the dust storm was rocking the spaceship, and it rocked it too much. They wouldn't be able to take off and they'd all die. And they assumed Mark Watney was dead on the Martian surface. The problem is the air density on Mars is 1% that of Earth. So high winds on Mars are just a gentle breeze. That's how you would feel it.
Got it.
It would barely be rocking the ship.
They over sensationalized it for dramatic effect for the audience, when in reality, it wouldn't be that chaotic and violent.
So I told this to Andy Weir. He said, yeah, I know, you got to give me one. So I'll give him a hall pass too. Just because there is no movie without that premise, and he got everything right.
Yeah, you got it.
He gets an A. Oh, The Blob. Let's go back. 1958. Steve McQueen.
I wasn't alive. The Blob. I feel like The Blob was remade in recent times, and I just fucking drawing blanks on this one.
This is an alien that landed from space, and the best portrayal of an alien ever, because it was a blob and it was alive. Do you know when it first landed on Earth, it was a transparent blobby thing? Then after it consumed its first victim, it was red for the entire rest of the film.
Because of all the blood?
That was cool. That was not cool. That was badass. So,
I've never seen this
The
movie.
Blob, just because of how different they imagined that alien to be. It was not a Hollywood actor in a costume. It was something completely different.
Probably practical effects.
Every other alien we see, it's got a head, nose, eyes, mouth, 2 ears, a neck, shoulders.
This revolutionized the alien, basically. Like, not all aliens have to look and or resemble human physiology.
Elbows, fingers. They look practically exactly like humans. If you were an oak tree, you would say all the Hollywood aliens look just like humans. Just like we say all trees are alike. The oak tree with the...
I get it, Jonah, but I will say I have an addiction to that, actually. So, like, I like watching that stuff. So that's why I'm a big fan of CinemaSins. That's what CinemaSins does. They go through every movie and they nitpick every single little error, every single continuity error, plot hole, why the character did this, why the character did that, the pacing of the movie, all that stuff. I like that stuff, especially when it's movies that I really, really like, because then I watch this person nitpick it into oblivion, and I'm just like, I didn't notice that. Oh, now I get that. Or, oh, I didn't understand that during the movie. And like, so, you know, but it just, yeah. I get what you're saying, though. Sometimes it's kind of like, but this is for entertainment, really.
Think that E.T. and all the aliens, even Alien in the Aliens, that had a mouth, eyes, okay, looked a little reptilian, or a little seahorse-like, but so what? It still had a mouth. Do trees have mouths? Do viruses have mouths? Do so many life forms in the world don't have?
That's actually a movie, Killer Trees. Wasn't that the whole premise of the movie? With Mark Wahlberg, what was it? The movie where like the plants were killing people. And if they stopped moving and stayed still, they'd live or something. It was like the trees had a natural reaction to that they just released this chemical because of humans as like a defense mechanism or something, and it started killing people. It was a movie about killer trees, I think. I can't remember what the fuck it was called.
Have mouths. Anyhow, Blob gets very high scores for how creative its alien was. It still remains the most creative alien ever portrayed. I'd give him a B on that. Contact, based on the novel by Carl Sagan, The Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence.
Bro, I think I saw this movie as a child a long time ago. And when I say a long time ago, I mean a long ass time ago, because this has Jodie Foster. I haven't seen that lady in a fucking movie in decades. Oh, 1997. I don't remember shit from this movie, but I think I saw it around the same time that I saw Signs or something. I wonder if he's going to put Signs in here. Signs was good, but also just like a little boring and kind of anticlimactic.
They knew that we can't imagine what aliens look like, so they don't portray them. And what spooked me about Contact is the notion that you discover alien intelligence. What effect would that have on our culture? And this explored the cults that would rise up, the people that would act weird and
religious fanatics and fucking people looting, end of times. Those people that are always saying the end is nigh, they're going to be running amok like crazy.
I thought there was a very aware and sensitive attempt to capture human civilization in the face of the knowledge that we...
But today, I mean, even if aliens existed and they were right there in front of our face, and even the government was telling us, hey, they're like right there, aliens are here, there's one right there. I have a feeling that in today's society, if people don't see it on TikTok, they won't believe it. So
we've made contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. I'm going to have that join Mark Watney up there in A, right there with The Martian.
Okay.
What's next? Oh, Interstellar.
I'm so glad this is the next entry, because I have so much and nothing at all to say.
IHG's Holiday Inn Express.
I have so much and nothing to say all at the same time about this movie, because this movie disappointed the absolute shit out of me. To the point where I was just like, I couldn't finish it.
You can guest how you guessed. Enjoy free breakfast while you work.
Interstellar.
Let me tell you what I didn't like about Interstellar, bro. One, the first hour and 20 minutes of that movie is boring, bro. Boring, man. It like, the first half of the movie is tears and crying and being sad and all my like, and I just, that's not what I was expecting. It was more like a drama to me than it was a sci-fi movie. And there were some cool scenes. I didn't finish the movie. I saw some cool stuff, and there were some cool sci-fi things in there. But instead of focusing on the sci-fi, They did the same thing that Michael Bay did with Transformers. Instead of focusing on the Transformers, you just focused on the humans. And there was just so much about the characters in Interstellar that I was just like, I don't care that you're sad. I don't care that you miss your kids. I don't care that you've missed out on your whole life. I want to see interstellar travel. I want to see space shit. I want to see cool stuff. And instead, I have to see, and it was good acting. Kudos to Matthew McConaughey, but I don't want to see you cry because you haven't seen your kids in 18 years. I don't. That was not a part of the movie that I was prepared to see. That was not a part of the movie that I wanted to see. And I just didn't care. And then the best parts of the movie are left to like a short little 45-minute window where I'm just like, cool. Were there scientific accuracies? Yeah, cool. Whatever. Were there scientific inaccuracies? Probably. Cool. Whatever. But again, from an entertainment standpoint, I just did not like this movie, and I really wanted to like this movie. I was so ready to like this movie, but no.
A lot of good physics in Interstellar, no doubt about it. And in fact, for our Star Talk, we interviewed Christopher Nolan about his whole portfolio of films. So you got to love Christopher Nolan's take on storytelling, right on up through Oppenheimer. So this one probably had more authentic physics going on than any other movie made. Why? A co-executive producer was a colleague of mine, Kip Thorne, a world-renowned cosmologist. I probably have books by the guy, okay, on my physics shelf. Kip Thorne was active in the storylines of what...
So you made the scientists and the physicists happy, but the average moviegoer like me, a lover of sci-fi, you didn't do right by me, I feel. So you made the scientists and the physicists and the astronauts and all this stuff, you made them very happy by being accurate, but at what cost? Because I didn't like it, man. Like, that scientific accuracy and inaccuracy, that shit only goes so far with me. And I want to be entertained at the end of the day. And it just didn't do it, bro. It just...
What was told. And if you remember that film, the robot, that funky robot with the legs that would sort of spin, you remember the name of that robot? It was named Kip. So, maybe it had two P's in it, but it was Kip. Kip Thorne is an authentic... by the way, Kip Thorne co-wrote the companion book to the movie called The Science of Interstellar. And so you read through there. Okay, here's my issue with Interstellar. I have an issue. There's a blight on the crops. They can't figure out how to prevent the crops from dying.
I know what he's going to say, and I thought the very same thing when I first started the movie. You got a blight on the crops, and it's killing the crops to where millions of people are starving, right? So they set out for interstellar travel to find another suitable planet. If you have the technology to travel interstellar, you have the technology to fix whatever fucking blight is on your crops. I'm sorry, bro, but that's just the way it works. Really, in my head anyway. You're taking something way more complicated to accomplish something that is actually possible. You can fix this blight problem. And I felt, watching the movie, that it would have been way easier to fix the blight problem than find another fucking universe. I thought the same thing.
Really? Really? Okay, so we can't figure out no biologist in the world can figure out how to stop the disease on the...
But we figured out interstellar travel, and we figured out how to make it through a wormhole alive. Man, yeah.
The crops, yet we're going to somehow find a wormhole through the universe and ship 1 billion people to an exoplanet? Somehow that's easier?
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
What the hell's wrong with the biologists in that future? Get back to work.
I was just like...
The biologists and botanists and farmers, go work on it, dudes. Okay? Please?
They gave up.
That whatever you do, however much money it takes,
It'll
promise you it'll be easier and cheaper than building spaceships, finding a wormhole, traveling through the wormhole, terraforming a planet, an exoplanet that we have to then discover and ship 1 billion people there. So, I love me some Interstellar, but that was a big issue for me.
Yeah,
I'm going to put that down at a B.
Nah, bro. For me, non-science shit related, non-accuracy shit related, I would put Interstellar at a C. Yeah, that's just me though.
Let's make that a B right there. Okay. What else do I have going here? Gravity. Ooh. Sandra.
That's what it was. It wasn't called Space. It was called Gravity. Oh my God, this film was so boring. I had never been so bored. Man. Matter of fact, I remember watching this film. I was with my, at the time, then future wife. And we started watching the movie. And she decided to up and just start having sex with me mid-movie. I was like, you don't want to watch this? She's like, no, not really. I was like, bet, me neither. This shit sucks. And that's how that went. So boring, we just went to Pound Town instead. Like, I didn't like anything about this movie. I would put this movie lower than the last one. I'd put this at a C. Ugh.
Sandra Bullock and Mr. Handsome Man, what's his name?
George Clooney.
George Clooney. Okay. The only two actors in the whole movie, and they all takes place in space. They really should have renamed the movie Zero Gravity. Because 99.9% of the movie takes place in orbit where there is 0 G. Okay? All right. So that's fine. Fine. It's brilliantly done. I first saw it in IMAX. Oh, it's terrifying. They show a very real scenario where if you destroy a satellite and it makes a lot of bits and pieces, each of those pieces becomes a projectile that can destroy 10 other satellites. The 10 pieces can destroy 10 other satellites. Each of those by the way, they make thousands of pieces, but let's just make the math easy for a moment. They make 10 pieces. Each of those destroys 10 other satellites, making 10 other pieces each.
That's the name of the movie. The Happening. With Mark Wahlberg, where the trees start killing people. Yeah.
You lose your first satellite, then 10, then 100, then 1,000. Within several orbits, 100% of all satellites can be destroyed. Look it up. It's called the Kessler effect. It's a calculation that was done several decades ago, and it has to do with how many satellites are in orbit and how much debris is there with it. And many of us worry that we're approaching that limit to create the scenario that we saw in Gravity. So there's some physics they got wrong, but they got way more physics right. And so I give them a shout out for even going there. Totally. One of the things they got wrong, there's Sandra Bullock and everything's floating around the capsule, but her bangs always seem to know which way down was, Maybe she used heavy mousse on it before she went into space. I don't know. But the bangs should have been done a little bit of that. And there's more.
Just continuity error.
Here's something they did right. Do you realize when you burn a candle, why does it keep burning? Oh, because it heats the air around it. The air rises and brings in fresh oxygen. There's a convection of air in the vicinity of a candle. In 0 G, if you burn any flame and it's absorbing the oxygen, the hot air doesn't know where to go. It stays there, snuffing out the flame that started it. They showed that. I saw that in Gravity. That was good. Oh, yeah. That was good. But her bangs always told me which way down was. Okay? So it was incomplete in their effort. One other scene where George Clooney is at the end of a tether and she's trying to save him.
George Clooney dies in this movie, by the way. Just in case you didn't know, in case you haven't seen it. Spoiler alert. Yeah.
Because all their, as you might remember.
Sandra's character survives, though, I think, from what I can. It stayed playing while I was beating cheeks, so I heard it in the background.
Remember, their spaceship was completely destroyed by this Kessler phenomenon. All right. He's at the end of a tether, and she wants to go save him. She might use up her oxygen. Then they both die, and he does the
It's okay, man. It's all right.
Manly brave thing, and let's go. And he flies off. Excuse me. Have we thought about the physics of this?
You don't.
We're in space.
Yeah, you would just stay.
She's not swinging the tether. They're in space, connected on the other side of it. If she just tugged it, then he would drift towards her and be saved. But this didn't occur to anybody. Certainly not to George Clooney.
Yeah, because his character in the movie, he wanted to do the longest spacewalk. Because, there was, a record of, having the longest spacewalk. and by doing this, he gets the record. He dies in the process, but he gets the record for the longest spacewalk. That was like a big thing in the movie for him, and
his character. Anyhow, Gravity is a spectacle. It's a spectacle. I think it's brilliantly executed. Let me give that a B also. Right there next to Interstellar.
Wrong one.
There you go.
2000. I know.
Back to the Future.
S tier. I may be biased or nostalgic, but S tier. Back to the Future? Be for real? S tier for me, man.
Best time travel movie ever filmed. Hands down. Hands down. But there's 1, 2, and 3. They're not going in the same slot. Okay? Let's take Back to the Future 1.
I would say Back to the Future is like the same as Matrix. Back to the Future 1 is going to be S tier. Back to the Future 2, probably either A or B. And then Back to the Future 3, maybe C tier. I don't see anything going lower than D for these 3 movies. So.
And slide that right on up to S.
It's just a figure of speech. Spacewalking, it's just like you're out there. You're not in the ship. You're out of the ship, just moving. It's just called spacewalking.
It is best of genre. 1980s canon. Back to the Future. Then they made a 2 and a 3. By the way, right now we are 9 years past the future portrayed in Back to the Future 2.
Huh.
Just FYI. Everybody wanted like the hoverboards. No. The reason why a hoverboard is not interesting, did it occur to you to think this? The hoverboard only works within a few inches of the ground the way wheels work, okay? So if a hoverboard only does what a board with wheels can do, what do you need the hoverboard for?
Exactly.
Plus, we learned the hoverboard does not work over water, and you can't fly in the air, okay? It still has to be a proximal distance above the ground, just the way the wheels of your skateboard work. So that's not a new, interesting invention.
I just thought it was like, when I saw the hoverboards, I was just like, eh. I thought the same thing. I didn't really think it was all that cool, hoverboards. To me, in the future, I saw jetpacks more than hoverboards, because like we already had skateboards, right? So
it's just not, all right? So I'm going to take 2, and I'm going to put that down at a C.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
And Back to the Future 3, really? Really? I go back to the Wild West, really? I'm putting that down to an E.
I would have put it at D
right
or
next
C,
to the Matrix.
But
3. Right? That's
seems to be a trend here, man. Seems to be a trend. Lots of movies. The first one, amazing. The second one, well, it wasn't like the first one, but it was still good. And then the third one, oh man, that shit was ass. That's how it goes for a lot of movies that have trilogies. Or maybe it's just the way we perceive it, because the first one was so good that the other 2 are never going to live up to the original amazement that we had with the first one, but
that's when it's time for the franchise to just say, move on to other things. All right, what else do I have? Oh, I've got Quiet Earth. This, hardly anyone saw that film. Lower budget sci-fi film made in New Zealand. It's about someone who's the last person on Earth. There's some experiment, science experiment, gone wrong in the sky. And this is not the first time people have addressed the last man on Earth. There's several of these. Omega Man was one of them. There's also the one with Will Smith, I Am Legend. So one of the earlier films on this was called The World, the Flesh.
I did like the movie I Am Legend. I just did not like the way that it ended. I saw the alternate ending to that movie, and the alternate ending was so much better than the way it actually went down. To me, at least. But
and the Devil, starring, of all people, Harry Belafonte, who we lost just a couple of years ago. He was also the last man on Earth. So these last man on Earth stories intrigue me, because you have to ask, how inventive is that last person on Earth to stay alive? A Quiet Earth, you see this. He happened to be a physicist, this last man on Earth in that film. And I just liked watching how inventive he became until he found a couple of other people who also thought that they were the last people on Earth, and you learn what they had in common, why they were the last people on Earth and no one else survived it. So it's just a well-made sci-fi drama. And I'm going to put that...
Maybe one day.
I'm going to put that up in A. If you get... Does anyone have DVDs anymore? If you listen to the extras in this film, DVDs. I think they're still available if you buy it, even online as a streamer. The extras. I am in the producer's narration of that film.
Nice.
The producer heard that I liked this film. He invited me in for the narration track. So you'll hear all of my perspectives on that film if you listen to that track. So I invite you to check it out. It was one of the producers or the directors. We just sat in studio and watched the film, and I just talked about it, and it was fun. All right, what else do I have here? Oh, Arrival. Not the one that had Charlie Sheen from...
I tried to watch it, and I couldn't find a streaming service that would let me watch it for free. The streaming services that I have, they required an additional payment to watch the movie, and I was like, no. No, you already get a monthly payment. Why do you need more money? So I still haven't seen this movie. I tried to watch it, and yeah.
Back, I think, in the 80s. That's one that was released recently. So in Arrival, the alien is living up inside these pods, and they travel up in there, and you see the alien behind this glass. It's like an aquarium glass, and there's like liquid, let's assume it's water on the other side, and there's this octopus-looking alien, but it doesn't have 8 legs. It has like 6 or 7 legs, right? Got to make it different, otherwise it's not alien, right? So and it takes its ink, it's like octopus ink, and draws on that glass, and everyone says, ooh, it's trying to talk to us. And the government picks 2 people, not more than 2 people, 2 people to interact with this alien. And it's, we need a linguist and a physicist. No, you don't. Okay, excuse me. It's an alien trying to communicate. You're going to get an astrobiologist, not leave the physicist at home. Physicists are good for many things, not that. You bring an astrobiologist, and I'm thinking a cryptographer. I'm just thinking, okay? Love me some linguists, don't get me wrong, but, and then I tweeted that when the movie came out, and then I felt bad because I'm casting shade on linguists. How often is there a linguist in a movie? Like, hardly ever. Yet we got astrophysicists all the time. So I felt bad. I did, honestly. I shouldn't have cast that much shade. But that doesn't change the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
That if you want to find out what an alien is saying, you're going to send a cryptographer. Pure and simple. But anyhow, here we are drawing these little circular patterns with little squiggles on the edges, and everyone is analyzing what they see. And I'm thinking, at no time in the movie are they saying, maybe what they're looking at is backwards, because this heptapod or septapod, whatever, not an octopod, was drawing it from their point of view. No one thought about that. So it was, okay, of course they bring in the military and they got their weapons, like they think the weapons are really going to do something.
I know.
Anyhow, interesting film, an attempt to portray an alien.
I'm waiting on the one movie that some like catastrophic shit happens or like an alien invasion happens and it's so overwhelming and it's so powerful and it's so insane that the government doesn't even deploy military. They're just like, well, God help us all. Maybe like that exist? Maybe. So where they don't even bother, because every single movie, deploy the army, deploy the National Guard, deploy the Marines, deploy the Air Force, they go in, get fucked up, and it's always the same thing every time. You see it in Godzilla movies all the time, man. Military going in there, dying, going in there again, dying, getting slaughtered all the fucking time. Waiting on the one movie that they're just like, yeah, we can't do anything. That movie is a Superman movie, but still.
That did not look human. So they get a few thumbs up for that.
I appreciate you hanging out, John.
I'm going to take...
Hopefully we see you tomorrow or the next day. We might do another YouTube stream tomorrow, or it might be a music stream on Twitch. I'm not sure.
And I'm going to put that in C. C. Just for going there. Otherwise, and it's
I'm actually gonna skip the movies that I haven't seen. Okay, just to save some time.
definitely worth watching
Because I'm fucking starving.
because they play with the timeline of life. Is time on a loop or is it a straight? So they try to get a little deep and philosophical on you. I don't have a problem with that. I don't think they fully executed that as brilliantly as they could have been, but it's fine. Fine. It's fine for even just going there. All right. I had to add one more just to follow Arrival, and that would be the Europa Report. Let's put that right next to Arrival.
Never
and
seen
see. Europa Report is a low-budget sci-fi film.
We're gonna skip it. We're gonna go to the next one.
Had to go there. Armageddon.
S. I don't care what you say. This movie is chock full of scientific inaccuracies from the ground up, bro. Nothing about it is, I don't know, maybe with technology today we could quite possibly do something to divert an asteroid, but not the way they did it, because that's wild. And even as a kid, I was just like, there's no way this shit's happening, bro. Fucking ever. But this movie is amazing. Okay? I love this movie. S tier for me.
Armageddon. A fully entertaining.
It was an entertaining movie. And as a moviegoer, that's what I focus on. I don't care that it's physically impossible to drill a hole in a moving asteroid and blow it up before it reaches Earth to where it splits off into two different directions. Does that sound ridiculous to you? Of course it does. But it was just a good movie. And at the end of the day, that's all I want, man.
Film. Don't get me wrong. Fully entertaining. It's funny. All the acting is brilliant. Bruce Willis saves the world from a killer comet. Okay, Bruce Willis, the oil driller, saves the world. Okay. Armageddon violates more laws of physics per minute than any other film ever made.
It does, but
well,
it's
I used to think
great.
that until I saw Moonfall.
Oh, God. We're not going to talk about this abomination of a fucking movie. Jesus Christ. This movie was bad, not just because of the scientific inaccuracies. This movie was just bad. Moonfall. It was just shit. It could have been scientifically accurate all the way through. It sucked. Everything about it sucked.
Coming out of COVID. That one violates more laws of physics. But until then, it was Armageddon. So, yeah, I don't care that it violated the laws of physics because it didn't care. It really didn't care.
No.
So, that's going to be in the C category.
You're fucking high, bro. Armageddon is an S tier movie. I don't care what you say. I don't care who you are. No way. No. It's from an entertainment standpoint, that movie is S tier. But I get it. We're talking about what's accurate, what's not. I guess I don't look at it from the standpoint of astrophysicist or a scientist or a cryptographer or anything like that. I look at it from entertainment. So yeah, this movie's S for me.
Category. No, it's not high on my list, but it's not as low as it might have otherwise been. Landing right at a C. A gentleman's C, as it was once called.
No, that's
Let's
blasphemy.
keep going. Next up, Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Never seen it. We're going to skip this one.
Deep Impact. Oh my God.
Trash. Hated it. Well, didn't hate it. I didn't like it. At all. Whatsoever. It was... Hold on. Because... 28...
Deep Impact. Oh my gosh.
I knew it. I remember watching this movie, and this movie came out around the same time as Armageddon, right? And I remember I was like, oh bro, Deep Impact, a fucking massive. I love world-ending movies, like cataclysmic world-ending movies, even if they're stupid shit like 2012 and shit like that. What was the other one with John Cusack? Like, was it 2012 or some shit? World-ending movies, I'm a fan of them, right? Even if they're stupid. But this movie in particular, I did not like, man. I went into this thinking I was gonna see some epic, awesome shit like I did in Armageddon. No, man, no. I couldn't stand this. This was bad.
Oh, that's up at an A.
What? How?
They got their physics.
That's a fucking. Oh well, yeah, the physics, sure, man. I completely forgot that Elijah Wood was even in this movie. Man, I didn't like this movie. This shit was not good. I give this like a D.
That's right. Unlike Armageddon, where all the asteroids, all the pieces of the main comet are hitting major monuments, there's one of the pieces in Armageddon it decapitates the Chrysler Building here in New York City, keeps going, goes through the front door of Grand Central Terminal and takes out the clock in the middle of Grand Central Terminal. Excuse me?
Yeah.
70% of Earth's surface is water, and you're going to hit my Chrysler Building in my hometown? What, do those pieces have GPS or something? Let's take out all the human... No, it's like random rocks.
Well, you got to remember, it's Hollywood, and Hollywood loves to destroy really big cities. New York, Atlanta, LA. Think of a really huge city that has landmarks and shit, buildings, shit that's like easily recognizable, man. Shit like that. Hollywood is always going to destroy them in movies. So that's what you saw there. It was just pretty colors and shit. People like to see things that they recognize, and when you see these things you recognize get destroyed, it's fun in a sense, right? But it's entertaining.
Colliding with Earth. Deep Impact, you can still destroy New York City if you want. You can do it with a tsunami.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what they did in Deep Impact. It hits the ocean, as it's more likely to do.
Mm-hmm.
They had actual NASA advisors on that. Check out Deep Impact, high quality film, good physics, and you get to see the disaster scenes, which is why anyone watches movies such as that. All right. So next up, 1951, The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Okay. So the thing about this movie is I saw The Day the Earth Stood Still, not the 1951 version. I saw the most recent version from back in like the mid-2000s that had Keanu Reeves. It was okay. I don't like, as far as sci-fi movies, I was just like, all right, that's all right. If I had to give it a score, the Keanu Reeves version, like a C or a D. I wasn't that big of a fan of The Day the Earth Stood Still.
That one, oh my gosh, where am I going to put that? Yeah, I got to put...
So we're going to skip, where are you going to put this?
Put that at the top.
That's crazy. I don't know. I haven't seen that movie, so maybe he might be right. But the one with Keanu, I didn't really like all that much.
Handle every part of your build from one platform with Wix Studio. Map out your project.
S. No, there's no weird aliens, there's no violence, there's no blood. It's a suspenseful drama of how we might react learning that aliens have come to visit. Next up, Independence Day.
S tier. S tier, and you better not say anything different. It is S, bro. S. Welcome to Earth. That's one of the most iconic lines. When Will Smith punches the alien in the face, welcome to Earth. Like, that shit right there had me so hype as a kid. Oh, District 9 is S tier too. District 9 is top tier. I'm highly... Is it District 9 or District 13? I can't remember. That movie, though, was so good, and I was so pissed off there's still not a sequel. So pissed off.
My favorite part of that film is when Will Smith is in the desert, and there's a crashed alien vessel there. He pops the hatch, punches the alien in the face, and says, "Welcome to Earth." And drags the alien across the desert, of course, where else? To Area 51. It's an entertaining film, no doubt. No doubt. But
the aliens kind of didn't make any sense in this movie. And again, this was just another reason for Hollywood to destroy a landmark. Right? They do it in a whole bunch of films, man. Armageddon, all this shit, destroying Empire State Building, Times Square, fucking LA, bombs, like hell, even the Die Hard movies. It was always somewhere with like very populated, a lot of people, a high risk of death, right? That's Hollywood, right? So that's Hollywood doing this, but if you think about it, the aliens come to Earth with this kind of destructive capability. Why are you going for the Empire State Building? Why are you going for the White House? Why are you going for the Taj Mahal and all this stuff? When realistically, if you were any kinds of smart as an alien race looking to invade a world or a planet, you're going to go for the military structures first, military bases. Man, you mean to tell me you have the technology to reach Earth, but you can't scan the planet for nuclear silos, military bases, military personnel, anything that could quite possibly fuck up your plan to take over this planet. And you didn't do that. You allowed the military to not only regain their footing in the battle against you, you allowed the military to make a plan against you, you allowed the military to coordinate when in reality you could have just gone in day one, laid fucking waste, and basically the human race is reeling the entire movie, basically reacting to everything you do. But they made the humans very superior in the movie against these aliens, and while the movie was great, it was still just along the lines of just like they nerfed the aliens. They made them seem very powerful, but throughout the film it was just like, oh no, y'all can be easily outsmarted by this one Air Force pilot and this one science guy that no one really takes seriously. So it's just like a little bit in the movie that was just like, come on, man. Fuck, man, destroy the planet already. But no.
I don't know. I was a little disappointed they didn't give credit where credit was due. This movie's basically based on War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. How do I know that? They didn't really admit that. But do you remember in War of the Worlds, H.G. Wells, how we finally defeated the aliens?
Yeah, the aliens died because they were not prepared for the natural bacteria and just Earth. Earth was toxic to those aliens in War of the Worlds. So they came in big dick swinging. We about to fucking beat y'all's ass. But days, weeks, even months to them being on the planet, they started to realize slowly but surely, oh fuck, man, this environment is not conducive to our life. They started to die. They didn't plan their invasion properly and invaded a planet that was not conducive for their survival at all. Like the atmosphere, the ozone, the trees, the air, the sun, the bacteria, like everything that we're used to, they weren't used to. That's why they died. So basically, if you were a human in the War of the Worlds, all you had to do was basically wait them out. That's how they died. And in Independence Day, that's why he brings up War of the Worlds. Those aliens died because of a virus. Viruses that we're immune to, right? Because this is our planet. And in Independence Day, that's what killed the aliens. They uploaded a virus to the mothership and it destroyed everything, right? So
the aliens succumbed to germs to which we had immunity.
Yeah.
To which we had developed resistance. And those aliens had only just arrived. They fell victim to germs, to a virus, basically. Well, how did we defeat the aliens in Independence Day? Jeff Goldblum, the computer expert, uploads a virus to the alien. It's the same plot line. The same plot line. So...
But it's cooler. It's cooler, and it's executed better, and I'm not gonna lie, bro, like, War of the Worlds really didn't capture me all that much. Like, I don't even like the ending of War of the Worlds. That the aliens were killed by germs. I don't like that ending. That wasn't a fun ending for me. That didn't solidify the story. I was wanting more. I was expecting more, and then they just died of the germs. I don't really like that premise. I don't really like that ending. right? So naturally, I will like Independence Day a lot more than War of the Worlds. So
I don't mind people copying, but I thought maybe to get a little homage there to H.G. Wells, who thought that up in 1895 when he first published his novel. So it's an entertaining film. It shows evil aliens, of course. The movie is highly pre-programmed to pull at your, I'm going to root.
And another thing that like these aliens could do is they could mind control you. But in the movie, the only way these aliens could mind control you is if they made physical contact with you. But in my head, I was like, if you can mind control someone, why do you even need to touch them if you even have that ability? Surely your ship could just like resonate that shit. You could mind control the whole fucking planet. But I don't know. They gave the aliens a lot of restrictions in Independence Day. More restrictions that allowed the good guys to win, ultimately.
For America and the White House and the president and I don't know. I felt it didn't give me room to have my own feelings, them constantly being manipulated by every scene and every script line. So I liked it, but on this scale, it's got to go down here to a D.
You're high. No way, Neil.
Oh, what's left? The Terminator. Oh my gosh.
S tier. And there's so many to talk about, and there's so many to rate, and there's so many to critique. First Terminator for me, just like Matrix, just like Back to the Future, is a S tier for me. And every subsequent Terminator that comes out goes lower and lower and lower on that totem pole as far as a tier list. The only exception to that would probably be Terminator Salvation, which I hold in high regard. That's one of my favorite Terminator movies. Everything after Terminator Salvation, I was like, been there, done that. Okay, cool. Terminators, John Connor, Skynet, blah, blah, blah. I kind of just like outgrew the story and the plot lines and stuff like that. So if they made another Terminator movie today, I probably wouldn't watch it because I'm just not interested in it anymore. But back in the day, bro, it was my shit. It was everybody's shit. It was great.
Oh my gosh. The Terminator.
S tier.
It's really a good film.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. And good. It fully executed in all the ways it wanted to and needed to. The acting was brilliant. Arnold Schwarzenegger has, 5 lines in the movie?
Yeah.
I don't think he was fully trained as an actor yet.
Well, to be fair, Keanu Reeves is a very well-trained actor, and in John Wick 4, I think he only said 5 words as well. So, I mean, there is that.
Your clothes, give them to me. I'll be back. Anyhow, very well done, very well executed. But I have an issue. If you don't want Sarah Connor to give birth to the person who would grow up and lead the revolution that would render your kind non-existent, because it's a time travel movie, then do you have to kill everybody? You know what he could have done? Gone back before then and prevent Sarah Connor's parents from meeting each other. Then she'd never be born, and neither would the person who rose up. But then, of course, that's a 5-minute movie.
Yeah, that is true.
Just get in the way of their first encounter. So I get it. I get it.
It was like this. It was like kind of the same conundrum in the movie Endgame. Like, why don't we just find baby Thanos and fucking right? But
by the way, he came through time butt naked. As why? This is so we can see all of his musculature.
Yeah.
Do you remember where he got his clothes? He got them.
You know what I thought would have been cooler for the Terminator is if when he traveled back, he would have been in what he was a T-800, T-700. He wasn't even a T-1000, right? When he traveled back for the very first time, it would have been great if it would have been just the Terminator frame. And just like in Transformers, remember when the Autobots first arrive on Earth? They just look like their normal Autobot selves, but then they scan vehicles and turn into the vehicles. It would have been cool if he would have gone back, right? He goes back in time and he has his skeletal frame of a Terminator, but he realizes, I can't walk around like this, bro. So I need a body, right? And he finds someone that looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger on the street and either kills him or just scans him and just creates the skin around himself. Because he is a Terminator. He has all this high technology and stuff like that. And it's Skynet, right? and we've seen crazier stuff before that these things can morph into. That would have been like a nice touch, I feel. Like when he lands, he doesn't come back to the future in human form. He's in Terminator form, and he has to find a human body so that he can assimilate and blend in, right? Maybe. But then again, one would pose the question, like, if your whole goal is to go back and kill Sarah Connor or kill John Connor, why even bother looking like a human if your goal is to just go in there and take life, right? So who cares about the aesthetic? But still, it would have been a cool addition.
From the viewing station at Griffith Observatory, where these punks are looking through, they're fighting each other for the telescope.
And that never fucking happens. That's not realistic at all. 3 dudes that look like that fighting over a telescope? That's like the least realistic thing I think that's in the movie.
Love it. Anytime people are fighting each other to look through a telescope, that's a good day for me.
Yeah, it's a good day for you, but you got to look at reality, Neil. Look at these fellas. Look at these fellas.
I got them from the viewing station at Griffith Observatory, where these...
Look at these guys right here. Do you really think... Do you really think that they are just some scholars trying to look up at the sky and uncover the mysteries of this universe? Nah, man, I think they're tweaking. They saw something in the sky and they're arguing over it, whether it's a UFO or a weather balloon or Superman. Who fucking... I guarantee you, they're not doing anything intellectual here.
Punks are looking through, they're fighting each other for the telescope. Love it. Anytime people are fighting each other to look through a telescope, that's a good day for me.
Yeah.
And then he takes their punk rockers, and so he gets their clothes, a leather jacket, the chains, the boots. It's all their clothes. That's why he looks so badass.
Yeah, dude, could you imagine if Terminator was made today? Instead of taking a leather jacket and boots and some badass sunglasses and a get-up? Oh, God. In 2025, he comes across some 2025 punks. He's gonna be dressed with a fucking fedora, a fanny pack, and some fucking jean shorts with a goddamn pink halter top that says Pride. That's 2025 Terminator right there, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let me tell you.
And by the way, you know who one of those punk-ass people were? One of those evil, angry thugs.
This guy right here is... What's his name?
Was Bill Paxton.
Bill Paxton! Yeah, I knew I recognized him from Twister. I think he was in Twister. Yeah, very young looking. Holy.
Yes. In case you missed it. Anyhow, he comes through time naked because no living tissue can come through. That's part of his human exoskeleton. Yet he has hair. And hair is biologically dead. So, he should have come through bald. I'm just saying. And with no fingernails. Just saying. They didn't do their biology work on that one. Anyhow, where am I going to put Terminator? It was so well done. And yes. I'm going to give it a B.
There's no way.
Because I'm evaluating science here.
No,
Another
true.
thing they did well was the shot.
It's crazy, like, the differences and the parallel between ratings from someone that looks at it from a scientific standpoint and someone that looks at it from an entertainment standpoint. Very different scores. Very interesting.
Gun hitting him, he would recoil from the momentum of the shot.
Mm-hmm.
So James Cameron, it's his film, knows physics and engineering and included that fact in every time he got shot. So he did that right. So I'm going to up it a little more here. Yeah, let's give it an A. There
I'd
you
still
go.
give it an S, but
Last, needs no introduction. Hands down, 2001, A Space Odyssey.
Never saw it.
1968, that goes to the top of the class.
Introduce.
And because that's the last one and I've never seen it, that'll be the end of the video. So there it is. Those are Neil deGrasse Tyson's sci-fi movie tier list. I gave my tier list and my reasoning. I gave my ratings and my reasoning. If you agree, you agree. If you don't, you don't. I feel like if I feel like depending on what lens you decide to look at these movies through, your ratings are going to be different. And there's so many different lenses that you can look through when it comes to a movie, either from a scientific standpoint, an accuracy standpoint, a plot standpoint, an entertainment standpoint, a pacing standpoint, dialogue, the story, stuff like that. There's so many things that go into account that can make a good film, and it just depends on how you look at it. It depends on who you are. All this shit is subjective. So the movies that I thought were bad, some people might think are amazing. And just like me and Neil, the movies that he thought were amazing, I thought were bad. Or not bad per se, but just like subpar compared to other things that I truly enjoy. And I will never look at scientific inaccuracies and hold that against a film, right? Especially if the film is not taking itself seriously, right? Do you know why a whole bunch of people can look past all of the stupid, outrageous shit that's in the Fast and the Furious franchise? Because it's entertaining. When you can make it entertaining, people are willing to suspend their disbelief. They're willing to turn their brain off and be like, whatever, that's not real, but this was a really cool scene, right? So there's a degree of that and a degree of other stuff, but, you know, there it is. Shaka Khan. Fantastic. So, what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, we're out. Thank you so much for hanging. Thanks so much for chilling. Might be live tomorrow. I might be live tonight on Twitch doing some gaming. There's this new Battle Royale that I've been playing that I've been having a lot of fun with. So I may stream that for you guys if y'all want to watch, if y'all want to hang on Twitch later. I may go live on that, play for a little bit. There will probably be a stream tomorrow. I'm gonna try to do a stream early tomorrow because I have to spend some time with my parents tomorrow. Spend some time with my parents today. So yeah, we'll be live tomorrow at some point, either music or variety. I think we might do some more variety unless y'all want to do music. But yeah, just let me know. Put your music request in, put your variety request in, and we'll see what we got when we go live again. Thank you for hanging, thank you for chilling. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for the subs, memberships, all that cool stuff. And I love y'all. So I will see y'all tomorrow. Have a fantastic Friday. If I don't see y'all tomorrow or Sunday, have a great weekend.